Greetings, dear ones. I hope you can hear my voice. If you can just comment. Greetings and good morning. I hope you can hear my voice. I just wait for your comments. Okay, great. Good. Nice to see you all. Good morning, everyone. Greetings and divine love and light to all of you. Okay, this is now a sort of continuation from my. Am I loud and clear? Do you have any echoes? I think there must be echo. I'll just stop this. Okay. Now I don't think you will be having any kind of echo. Muralidharaji, Atma Namaskaram. Such a beautiful salutation that is. Atma Namaskaram. Soulful greetings. Greetings of the soul. Yeah, thank you. Thank you that it's clear. So last time we had some disruptions and we couldn't complete it. So I would like to complete it because it's a very important topic again. It will help us in our daily lives. Basically, we are talking about two aspects of us. Okay. So two aspects are, one is the being and one is the doing. So if you observe very carefully, we are living in this world, but moving on to this journey of connecting with our true self. So it can be a little difficult because we are often pulled in the worldly presence, and where we are, actually needed to let go of that worldly presence, so that we can be in our true presence, that is the soulful presence. That soulful presence of who I am really in the soulful experience is what we call as being. Being means no doing, nothing. It's just what I am, the pure soul, the pure awareness. So I just want to go a little deeper today and make you realize what is this consciousness, what is this awareness. Like I was taking the quote of Nisargadatta Maharaj, one of the greatest uh, expressions. He was one of the greatest expressions of I am that, who I am. All these great mystics have been so beautifully delivering our true essence, like Bhagavan Nityananda, Ramana Maharishi, Nisargadatta Maharaj. I take these three people's name often because they gave a clear picture of what this awareness is about. Their life was what is this awareness about and who am I? And they gave us a real life example of how it can be. Because when Ramana talks and when Nisargadatta Maharaj talks, or when any such mystics talk, they are giving a direct experience of what they are experiencing. Many of the avduts don't speak. Most of the avduts don't speak. They are in state of mauna because they have transcended even that state of speech. Like if Nisargadatta Maharaj is talking something about explaining about who am I, or if Bhagavan is explaining about that state, or if Ramana is explaining about that state, they are still talking. Are you getting that? They are still talking of their experience. Talking still means not the perfect state because that state is beyond all talks also. Complete grossness is overcome there. And that is why the avduts remain in that state even without speech. Speech also brings a little consciousness down. No speech is absolute, the absoluteness which most of the avduts remain. You look at the avduts, they are always not in their body consciousness. They are in their true self. So looking at them, we will understand the experience. We might understand through our indriyas what this experience of that real I is. When somebody is experiencing the true state of pure consciousness, how does it look like? You look at the avduts, you will come to know. They are in that sthiti. Now, there were great mistakes who tried to explain that city, which is very difficult, very, very difficult. Few of them were somebody like Ramana and Nisargadatta Maharaj. They gave explanation of how it can be there. I love studying these mistakes because through them we get a direct experience of how the state can be. See, that is why the cosmos or God consciousness presented all these avduts and these mystics. All in different, they are all having different flavors. Ramana has a different flavor. Nisargadatta Maharaj has a different flavor. Bhagavan Nityananda has a different flavor. Sai Baba has a different flavor. But they all express the same divinity, same pure consciousness, same pure awareness. Like, see the difference. Bhagavan Nityananda talked to gross people, those who don't even know ABCD of realization. Very difficult. Ramana talked to people only who were that level. He didn't talk to the common man. He didn't talk to spiritual beings. There is something called spirituality. Many of us follow spirituality, where there are so many dogmas, so many doctrines, so many principles, so many do's and that, this and that, so many things are there. Techniques, methods, sadhana, tapas. That is another level of spirituality. That is what we call as kindergarten spirituality, where people are just learning. They are getting the ABCD of, okay, I am not the body, I am the soul. So where is the soul? Am I the soul? If I am the soul, what is this body about? Where in this body is my soul? Those are all kindergarten questions. Because in that journey begins the ABCD foundational course of this is your leg, this is your hand, this is your mouth, this is your ears. Just like in kindergarten they teach body parts, in spirituality they teach subtle parts. This is your chakra called Muladhara, this is Sadhisthana, blah 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 blah. And then there are nadis, and then you have got 5 subtle bodies. It is good for the inquisitive, those who are just began on their journey and want to know now. Okay, so this body is not me. Something more than this I am. So I have got something called the mind. I am not the mind, but the mind. Till now I was thinking this is my mind. Then spirituality teach you, no, this is not your mind, this is brain. It's an organ. Then where is the mind? Oh, it must be here. No. Then they learn mind is not here. Mind is in the Manomaya Kosha, the third Sharira. Then we understand what is karma. Okay, laws of karma. So I am suffering because of karma. I am happy because of karma. So what are these people in my life? Karma, karmic debts. Oh, so this is my soul group. This is why I have come. These are all kindergarten stories where you're just learning about life, about yourself, your journey, where have you come from, who is God, where is God, how is that God consciousness. And in that kindergarten level, there one step even down is where you are still in the form. You have not yet gone till the formless. You are still in the form. Okay, I am a nice human being. I am a bad human being. That is a good human being. Differentiations. What is good, bad? What is papa? What is punya? What is merit, demerit? What must be done? What should not be done? And then there is God. God will punish me. God will reward me. Then there is heaven, there is hell, there is Swargaloka, Narakaloka. There are lokas. Okay, I will be experiencing good if I do good, if I do punya. If I don't do good, papa karma. I have to always do good and become a good human being. Very basic steps these are. This is play school, not even kindergarten. Play school. Then I become a good person. You must not say lies. Speak good always. Be like a gentleman or a lady. Honor your father and mother. Treat your neighbor as your own self. Play school. This is all. and then you become a good person, nice person. Then we are influenced by papa and punya for reward and punishment. Then my journey is all about reward. I don't want punishment. So I don't do anything where I feel punished. God will punish me, life will punish me, karma will punish me. So I will not do, I will do only good. पाठ करो, ये पाठ वो पाठ, रिलीजियस टेक्स्ट, पोथी पुराण, रामायण पढ़ो, गीता पढ़ो, पूजा करो, अर्चना करो, आरती करो, मंदिर जाओ, सुबह मंदिर जाओ, प्रसाद चढ़ाओ, go to church, read 5 times namaz a day, read this granth, that granth, parayans. All these are in the start when you are just beginning your journey. Now you are moving something towards God. You don't know who is that God, but you know there is God, powerful. Who created this world? God created. Who created me? God created. Who is rewarding that person? God. Who is punishing that person? God. Because he didn't follow certain rules, God has punished. It's all on God. Where is God? Question mark. Somewhere up. So you say anything? He's up. ऊपर वाला देख रहा है. Where is ऊपर? On top. So if you see ऊपर, God is in all direction. They'll not say no, God ऊपर है. That is what I'm telling you. He is in all direction. नहीं ऊपर है. So earth is round. Earth is round means what? People are there everywhere like this, stuck to the earth everywhere. So if everybody is pointing up, he is omnipresent everywhere. North, south, east, west. If the earth is moving this way and you are here somewhere, you are pointing to the east. Somebody this side is pointing to the west. There's no clear understanding. It's more on time and dimensions. It's based on form. How does God look? This way. How? You bring out a picture. Krishna, Jesus, Buddha, Nanak. And it goes on. God looks this way. This is my God. You identify with the form. Then you start praising that, worshipping that. Identify with the form. Then you're scared of the form. Everything is the form then. Thousands of forms, and everybody has their own form. But the only thing that will scare them is the form. डर लगेगा. Anything happens, तौबा तौबा, डर. There is fear. God will punish. ऊपर वाला देख रहा है हमेशा. Again पाप पुण्य. पाप नहीं करना है, वो देख रहा है. You go into guilt consciousness with all that. Sin. Bible talks about sin. In Christianity, everybody is condemned a sinner. You cannot be on the path until you claim that I am a sinner. And they will tell you, you have sinned, you have sinned, you have sinned. And all of them cry, I have sinned, O Lord, save me. I have sinned, O Lord, save me. Then everything is upward. To save also is upward. The blame is also upward. Anything wrong goes in my life, my stars did it, my karma did it, my God did it. Anything nice happens, his work it is. So it's all identification with some form, some identity is there somewhere. That's all kindergarten. After play school, we come into kindergarten and then we get identified with it. Then we start a movement towards sattvic movement. Parents teach, teachers teach, gurus teach that this is good and this is bad. You shouldn't be this, you should move towards this. Leave your tamoguna, leave your rajoguna, move towards satoguna. So you begin the journey of going to the satoguna. So all your act is now doing divine acts. You want to do all only good acts, goody stuff, nothing bad. So you suppress the bad or bypass the bad and look only for good. So the whole teaching, the whole commodity, all begins on becoming a good person, becoming a sattvic person. Because once you are a good person, then God will love you and you will be rewarded. Lots of blessings. Then the run begins towards rewards. Then we hunt temples, we hunt astrologers, we hunt gurus, we hunt mystics in search of blessings. What is the seeking? Blessings. We have not yet come to the soul level. Why am I going to this guru? Blessings. Something good happened in my life. Some rewards come in, some benefits come in. So I joined this path, I joined that path. I went to this yoga, I went to that yoga. Why? Benefits. Without benefits, you cannot go anywhere. You have some profit there. That is why you go. And you put some money also. Why do you spend money? Investment. I invest for my good returns. So I put in a lot of money, invest in something external, so that that can give me returns today or tomorrow, in that hope. It's not bad. It's a part of the journey. Journey has begun. Somebody has taken it seriously now. Now they are only seeking solutions from outside for something good to happen. They don't want bad to happen in their life. So the whole thing focus is on no badness in me, only the good. Let me get only the good stuff, good stuff. And so my hunt begins from here to there to here, people to people, place to place. Even my seeking in places, I go to places, Tirthyatra, to get something. I go visit temples to get something. I go to all the Shakti Pitas to get something. What is that something? Something. Even if not anything, at least energy, at least Shakti. But I want something. It is more of a conditional walking. Conditional because there is an exchange. Because I give you something, you give me back. What do I give God? I give God my time. On Monday, I specifically take some time and go to a Shiva temple. On Thursday, I specifically take time and go to a Sai temple. Shani temple, Ganesh temple, Hanuman temple. It all goes on. Why? I keep vrata. I keep fasting. For what? Benefit. What is fasting? Investment. I give something, then only I'll get, no? How can God give anything without something? So I have to give God something. And what does God want? You're fasting. So you're taught. You please God. Now you go and please God. If not fasting, do 1,000 japas a day. God will be pleased. If not that, go and break a coconut somewhere. God will be pleased. If not that, give a little bribe to God. Give a 5 rupee note, 50 rupee note, 100 rupee note. Better investment 500 rupees note. Even more better 1,000 rupees note. 1,000 nahi hai na, 2,000 note. And big, large transactional dealings, go to Tirupati, throw 5 lakhs, give a gold throne. Investments, business investments. With whom? God. Where is the God? Nobody knows. All that they know is he is somewhere in the temple. That is why they go to a temple and give something there. So these are also a phase of the journey where people go through all this. Once they go beyond all this, the forms, there are different thousands of forms, thousands of rituals, all kind of rituals. Go and tie a string around the tree, run around the tree, do so many parikramas, do tirthyatras, padyatras, take vow of penance, mauna, do tapas, stand on one leg, sit in the blazing sun, don't eat food for days, survive on water, sleep on thorns. It gets more and more intense. The more that seeking gets intense for God, now to realize that intense parayans, intense readings, intense chanting, overnight japa going on. What do you call that? Consistent japa. 3 days japa, 5 days japa, non-stop japas. Sahastra Koti Japas, mass food offerings, प्रसाद बांटो हजारों लोगों को, सेवा करो, serve the humanity, feed food to people. All this is for what? No, we are told it, they are all good karmas. Yes, good karmas. What is the intention behind it? Why am I doing that karma? To get something back in return. Simple equation. Those who do not want anything will never go to do into all these transactions. Mark my words. Check it out. Sit in awareness and think. What is it that I am doing this for? You'll see that I want something. If not something, no, at least blessings. काम आएगा ना मेरा कहीं तो कहीं. जिंदगी में ज्यादा दुख है करो. See, this is all very good equations. It's not that it's bad. It's a very scientific things. If somebody has too much of heavy karmas and all, they are recommended to do this. Many of the gurus only tell them, do this. It's all for their good because it can be so heavy sometimes that you can't do anything. So you are asked to do seva, you are asked to do a lot of tapas, you are asked to do japa, you are asked to do homams. All that good, it will balance. I am telling you the stages because there still the stuckness is there. I am doing this to get out of something or get something or get relief or something. I want desperate help, so I'll do this. So if some priest tell me, see, you have to serve 1,000 Brahmins, you will go and give them. If they tell you have to feed 100 crows, you will do that. If they say feed 20 cows, you will do that. You will go and stuff rotis in their mouth, even if the cow doesn't want it. You are not bothered if the cow wants it or not. You are not bothered if any animals want it or not. You want to force feed it now. Why? You want a karma. Not because you are worried about that cow. Your one roti is not going to do anything to that cow. See the intention. रोटी में घी लगा के खिलाओ, काले कुत्ते को खिलाओ, कौवे को खिलाओ, शाम को खिलाओ, शाम को दूध पिलाओ. Come on, are we really feeling that the snakes are thirsty or we should feed them, और snakes थोड़ा पतला हो गया, इसको दूध देना चाहिए, हॉर्लिक्स देना चाहिए, तो मैं जाके दूध दूं? नो, इट इज माई वेस्टेड इंटरेस्ट. मेरा स्वार्थ है उसमें कि मैं जाके वो बेचारे शाम को दूध पिलाता हूं. बाय द वे, साम्स आर नॉट फॉन्ड ऑफ दूध. दूध इफेक्ट करता है उनके सिस्टम को. हु केयर्स? पकी हुई चीज नहीं खिलाते हम काउस को. दे नीड नेचुरल फूड. हम आटे की, मैदे की रोटी उनके मुंह में ठूस देते घी लगा के. हु केयर्स अबाउट देयर हेल्थ? आई एम बॉदर्ड अबाउट माई हेल्थ. मुझे क्या बेनिफिट्स मिलेगा? वी फॉरगेट दैट ये सब कारनामे करने में अगर किसी को दोष लगा, अगर किसी को दुख हुआ, कोई एनिमल को चोट लगा, कुछ भी हुआ, उसका हेल्थ इफेक्ट हुआ, उसका कर्म दोष कौन लेता है? वी डोंट कैलकुलेट दैट. We are only based on profit. But the science of karma doesn't work that way. It works on your intention and how much it is affecting some other being, your act, whatever, how much it is going to affect some, that based on that the karma works. Who cares all that? We are not yet gone into that. We are only give and take, business deals. That's a very deep phase of your life where you get stuck in, many get stuck in that. That's complete Dvaita, dualistic. And dualistic is everything. You need dualistic because the grossness is very strong at that time. It's on the verge of breaking, but it's not yet broken. The duality is there. I am here, the worshipper is there, worshipped is there. I am the worshipper. The duality, the ego consciousness of I am the Bhakt of Mahadeva. I am the Bhakt of Mahashakti. And I demonstrate it with this all alankars, everything. And you will see, if you observe very carefully, all the devotees of all the gods will have certain kind of ego consciousness. It's a Rajasic act. The ego consciousness of being a Bhakta. Not just Bhakta, a true Bhakta. that they can even kill. Yes, it happens. If somebody says to anything to my God, eradicate that person, I am a true devotee. Do you think? Anybody says anything to my religion, I cannot bear it. How dare that person say that religion? What does he or she think of himself, herself? What do they know about my religion? This is my religion. This is our religion. We got to protect it. Protect it for whom? For God. So God now needs protector. What kind of a God is that who needs a protector? Have you ever asked that question? Does God need protection? Does God need warriors? Does God need cages? Temples are cages for God. Whole day the God has to sit in that temple, in that cage, and whole day he's washed, whole day he's worshipped, he's put, fire is put, this is put, that is put, prasad is put, money is put, everything is put, and he is locked in there. And when everybody's personal satisfaction is done and Swarth wale jo desires all is fulfilled, they all leave the temple, the priest locks the temple. Priest locks the temple, put behind bars. Now is that God is Sarvavyapi, and what have we done? We have put that person. Not just that, we put CCTVs and we put a security guard also outside. Who is protecting God now? Does God protect you or you protect God? Ego consciousness, ignorance, agyanta. Oh no, ये सब नहीं बोलना चाहिए, ये सब नहीं, पाप पुण्य, guilt. We have not understood the science only of all this. We are stuck in this. Then a person's real awakening begins. If you have the grace, even all doing all these things, rituals, all these things is entitled to bring you grace, no doubt. Probably it is that grace only which will push you further. Now the seeking begins to something different. All these questions that I am asking, one person will start asking, what is this? They are locking up God. Why have we come here to earth? To take a journey. We are enjoying a journey. We are walking. We are moving from place to place. We are enjoying this experience as a human. Now we want God to experience that. So we put him in a palaki and take him around in the palaki. See the world. See, this is our God. The one who has created. Ignorance. So people start questioning, what is this about? So if I have to go on a Monday to meet Lord Shiva, is it that Tuesday to Sunday he's taken off, he's not in the temple? Or is it that Mondays he's fully present and on the other days he's partly little present? Where is the rest of him then? All these kind of questions will come, and today's children are asking all these kind of questions to parents, and parents have no answer. Because parents have been only bhaktas, andha bhakta. They all that they know is this is what our parents have told. This is how we have lived. Don't question us. आजकल के बच्चे ना बहुत बिगड़ गए, बिगड़ नहीं गए, सुधर गए. Their consciousness is rising. They are asking all these deep questions. अच्छा चलो बेटा जल चढ़ाओ. मैं क्यों चढ़ाऊं जल? अरे चढ़ाओ, करना पड़ता है. क्यों करूं? शिव जी पे जल चढ़ाओ. मैं क्यों चढ़ाऊं उनको? और उन पे जल चढ़ा के क्या होना है? उनको क्यों नहलाना है? अरे ऐसे नहीं बोलते बेटा, करो. लेकिन क्यों करना है मम्मा? ये तो बोलो ना, मैं करता हूँ उसके बाद. जरूर करता हूँ, लेकिन इसका अर्थ तो बताओ. मैं जल क्यों चढ़ाऊं इस पे? नोबडी नोस. हमको भी पता नहीं बेटा. हमने पूरे जिंदगी भर चढ़ाया है, हमारे पिताजी ने भी चढ़ाया, हमारे दादा ने, परदादा ने, सब चढ़ाते हैं, हमने किसी को नहीं पूछा क्यों चढ़ाते। तो मैं पूछ रहा हूं ना आपसे, आप बताओ मुझे। बेटा आप चुपचाप करो, नहीं तो भगवान नाराज हो जाएंगे। भगवान क्यों नाराज होंगे? क्योंकि आप उनकी बात नहीं सुन रहे हो ना, आप ऐसे नहीं कर रहे हो। मतलब मैं उनको नलाया तो वो खुश हो जाएंगे, नहीं नलाए तो दुखी हो जाएंगे, ऐसे भगवान है? अरे बेटा ऐसे नहीं करते, चुपचाप करो। Child will not stop. Child demands explanation. You tell me why I'll do it. मैं ये नहीं कहता कि मैं नहीं करूंगा. I don't say I'll not do it, but you tell me the reason. And once I am convinced, I'll do, not once, I'll do every day. 10 times I'll do. But मुझे बताओ तो सही क्या है? Then some mythology will be told. This happened, that happened in the Puranas, this was done. Hey, mom, are you serious? So the questions will go deeper into the Puranas. If this is that, that is that, and why is this and this? No answers. Even you sit with Puranas and you question and see. You'll be confused. My guru was dead against all these things. He used to tell, इतनी लंबी लाइन लगती है शिव जी के टेम्पल में सोमवार को, इतनी लंबी लाइन कि धक्का मुक्की हो जाती है, और इतना जल चढ़ाया जाता है शिव जी पे कि शिव जी को उस दिन गारंटी जुकाम. He would say Shivji would be sneezing in cold due to that water that they are putting. बाकी सब टेम्पल में बाकी के दिन हड़ताल, बाकी के दिन कोई नहीं. अनदर मिस्टिक, अनदर सेंट टोल्ड मी, ये जो दिन होते हैं ना, जिस दिन एक दिन भगवान के उसमें पूरे लाइन लगती है और बाकी के दिन खाली होते हैं, आपको पता है भगवान कब होता है? मैं बोला कब? वो बोले बाकी के दिन में होते हैं वहां पे. Like Shivji will not be on Monday there, but he will be there from Tuesday to Sunday. Surely he will be there. So that saint told me, अगर आपको सच्चे मन से आपको कुछ पाना है तो सोमवार छोड़ के बाकी के दिन जाओ, because that day is available. मैं बोला सोमवार को वो नहीं रहते वहां पे, वो भीड़ रहता ना, वो भाग जाते हैं. बाकी के दिन he'll come and sit आराम से. Oh, okay, no tension. So he said, if you really want a personal conversation, go on the other days. Freely you will get to connect with him. See, कितनी गहरी बात है. Mystic told me this. So-called Hindu mystic, if you may call it. There is no Hindu-Muslim mystics. वो भी एक ब्रह्म है. Oh, Avduts, Hindus. No, my dear. Who told you? You tell me one Avdut, tell I am a Hindu Avdut. Tell me one. Tell me one Avdut who has a God's picture somewhere. They have gone into the beyond. That is what I am trying to tell you. The science of the self, the realization of the self, illuminates so much that all these things will just disappear from your life. All this, what I talked till now, everything will disappear. The ones who are moving towards the soul consciousness, God consciousness, will just drop it, because without dropping, you can never attain the self. जितने आडंबर में फंसे हो उतना आपको नहीं मिलेगा. Simple. As you move towards the self, one by one, all these things will have to be shed. Everything will have to be shed. You have to become empty while you are reaching there. Without become empty, with too many concepts, methods, techniques, this, that, formalities, rituals, do's and don't, regulations, obligations, doctrines. My God. And what is the ultimatum? Nothingness. कुछ नहीं है वहां पे. तो ये सब बैगेज लेके कहां जा पाओगे उधर? That state only is nothingness. That is why it is called nothingness. Because everythingness has gone. What is this everythingness which compiles of all this what I talked till now? This is the doing. Simple word. क्योंकि इसमें सब में कर्ता होना जरूरी है. The doer has to be present. In whatever I told till now, the doer has to be there. I have to be doing a meditation. I have to be doing a puja. I have to be doing a worship. I have to be going to a temple. There is a doer that has to be there. Two, Dvaita. All this is, all the Adambars have two. Any ritual you take, even reading a scripture, two. Scripture alag, aap alag, two, alag alag. मंदिर में गए, जल चढ़ाने, फूल चढ़ाने, कुछ भी चढ़ाने, भगवान अलग, तुम अलग. Still not reached close, but you are coming close. People are coming close. They have not yet reached close there. And when the real journey begins, suddenly questions like what I am questioning. I questioned all this because my journey has been through all this. Being a very strong Christian, following all the 10 commandments of the Christianity, very much. I have followed in my childhood all the 10 commandments. And it are beautiful commandments. Honor your father and mother, honor your neighbor, do not steal, do not commit crime, do not say lies, do not covet your neighbor's wife or your neighbor's good. This is a beautiful commandment. Do not covet your neighbor's wife or neighbor's goods means do not look into paraya dhan parayi naar pe nazar mat dalo. आदत बुरी है ये, आदत अभी बदल डालो. पग घुंघरू बांध का लिरिक्स है ये. पराया धन पराई नार पे नजर मत डालो, बुरी आदत है ये, आदत अभी बदल डालो. Directly represents the one of the most important commandments of Christianity. Do not covet your neighbor's wife or your neighbor's good. Means what my Gurudev taught, आस्थे, which does not belong to you. ना उस पे नजर होनी चाहिए, ना उसके बारे में इच्छा होनी चाहिए. Which doesn't belong to you means which is somebody else's property. A wife is somebody else's property. Husband is somebody else's property. Belongs to somebody else. आस्थे, नजर नहीं डालना इस पे. Any property, land, vastu. Look at that. Oh, I wish I had that. I wish I had that jealousy. उसके पास वो है, मेरे पास वो होता तो. Dirty. पराया धन. Again, all this. We were following all this in Christianity. Then I came into studying Hinduism. I studied all the scriptures. I went into this, that, worship. Very fond devotee of Shiva, Shakti and Ganesha and all that. Then studied into Islam, kept rosas, wanted to study their scriptures, understood their scriptures, tried to do namazes, hearing the azan, trying to connect. All this happened as a kind of investigation. What's this God about? Because curiosity. But after a certain time, even the quest was deeper. Not satisfied with what you get to see here. No, I can't. Because every religion I went into, every God I went into, I was never satisfied. Even when I was doing worshipping on Shiva, I was very intensely doing my sadhana on Mahamrityunjay. Not satisfied. I simply couldn't believe he is that idol or he is that Jatadhari. Oh, good to relate, connect to. Okay, fine. But no, I couldn't. He is still out there. I like his form. I get attracted to his form. That form gives me goosebumps. That form gives me connection. It gives me chills. It gives me energy. All that stuff, theek hai. But it is still not giving me him. How do I get him? Oh, to get him, you have to do this. Go to Kailash, go here, go there, in search for Shiva. Then the Advaitin principles came in. My master talked often about Advaita. We used to battle literally. Because while I was in the ashram and we were doing Shiva Consciousness programs and all that. So, Gurudev used to tell, let us do this program on Shiva Consciousness, awakening the Shiva Consciousness. Let us do this. and somebody were to sit with me and argue that, we have to do the Jatadhari, we have to put the form of Shiva, and something on that sort. But my theme was never that. Because is that Shiva conscious? That is Shiva, I understand. But Gurudev is telling Shiva consciousness, awakening the Shiva consciousness. He never said awakening the Shiva. He was talking about awakening the Shiva consciousness. So I said no. It is something very subtle than that, and it cannot be the form. Then that other person argued, nay, you have come from another background. You don't know all these Hindu words. You don't know Hinduism. What will you know Shiva? Have you ever worshipped in your life? Have you done the kind of worship that we do? Intense, we have been, whole life we have been doing, we have been taught this. And Shiva is my favorite. See my pictures, everywhere you can see. Wherever I sit, behind my back also see big Shiva is there. Everywhere. That is the Shiva I relate to. So I was confused now. Because he was giving me that project and I was thinking, how to do this now? How to show it to the people? How are you going to communicate? Shiva consciousness. Shiva, okay. Connecting to Shiva or worshipping Shiva, understood. Shiva puja, understood. But how do you connect this consciousness? So there was a meeting where Gurudev was sitting and I was sitting and there were other teams, and this guy also, who was so much fond of the Shiva form, also was there. And then Gurudev was just explaining, let's do it in this manner. And I was scratching what to do. So he looked at me, Gurudev, and then he looked at that guy and he said, he told me, Shiva, I don't mean the Shiva sitting on Himalaya. Not Himalaya, he said mountain, sitting on the mountain. I didn't mean the Shiva, I don't mean the Shiva sitting on the mountain. Do you get it? He asked me. I said, yes, Babaji, I get it. What is it? You're talking about the consciousness to rise. Exactly. So you represent that way. I'm not talking about the form. And that other person looked at me. It was like he didn't know our conversation, but it was going on. There was a battle because he was an important person in the ashram. So I had to listen to him also, but I was not convinced that this is what Guru is telling. And as though the Guru knew, he cleared out that doubt. And I could never relate with any image of goddesses or gods or anybody, even while I was in the ashram. I couldn't. It was a dilemma for me. But since we were in the media team, we were using all these images of mother and all that, fine. But I couldn't relate. To connect, why can't you relate to the consciousness of, why can't you relate directly to a Shakti within you? Why can't you relate to the consciousness within you? Because you are strongly rooted in the grossness, Dvaita. So to connect to that consciousness, you need a form. 99% of the people were that way. So we had to give a form. Ma Durga, we had to show the shank going and Ma's face coming, and then light coming, and then somebody standing with the trishul and the damaru going on, and then the drums going dung 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 dung, and there is a long shank that is going on. Boom. What an effect, jiltry, everybody, because you are, where are you getting this effect? Panchendriyas. Your eyes is watching it, your ears is listening to it, your nose is smelling the karpura and all the agarbattis and all that thing that is burning there. And your body is sensing, you're touching the fire. So many things you are doing with that sense of touch. You are eating prasad, tirth, chanting, singing through your mouth. Panchendriya is fully active. Then you will get that, when your Panchendriyas give you that experience, then within something begins happening. Then you see outside some form and something inside, and then people go shaking. What's happening? It's not the form that is doing it. It is after seeing the form, you are Jagrat, you are awakening those aspects within you, the same consciousness within you, and then going into that frenzy mode. Why people need that? Because all Bahimukhi, all grossness, all in beliefs, strong beliefs. व्रत और ये किया तो ऐसा होगा, वो किया तो ऐसा होगा, इस पुराण में ये लिखा है, उसमें ये लिखा है, मेरे माता ने ये कहा, मेरे दादा ने ये कहा, हमारे फैमिली के सिस्टम में ये चलता है, ये रिवाज ही चलती है, ये रीति रिवाज चलती है, ऑल बिलीफ सिस्टम स्ट्रॉन्ग. तो अगर भगवान को मिलना है, यू हैव टू गो थ्रू ऑल दिस हंड्रेड्स ऑफ रिचुअल्स एंड प्रोसेसेस. फिर कहीं जाके थोड़ा अनुभव होता है, वो भी अभी पहुंचे नहीं वहां तक, थोड़ा अनुभव होता है अंदर, जागरण करना पड़ता है. 3 रात, 5 रात, 8 रात, पता नहीं कितना कितना होता है, जो पूरा रात करो जागरण, तब जाके कुछ थोड़ा सा महसूस होता है. एंड देन दैट फीलिंग ऑफ ओ गॉड इज देयर. Now then a repeated feeling. You want that repeated experience. Panchendriyas hai na. Panchendriyas will always want a repeated experience, because once it gets a taste of one experience, it will keep in memory that experience. So whenever that experience, the feeling of that experience goes down, then you need another festival to come. Ganesh festival comes, everybody is in the frenzy mood and joyful mood and divine mood and all that. Once that Ganesh festival goes, everything is gone back. That mood is gone back. Then it takes 1 year, 365 days for that kind of same flavor to be Jagrat again. Then you need all these things around, all the idols and all these things, so much of crackers, fireworks and so many things, loudspeakers, activities. Then that flavor of that festival, then we'll say, oh, we are waiting for Diwali, we are waiting for. One second. हाँ मनीष भाई, नवो नित्यानंदा. हाँ वो मिल गया है मुझे, मैं मिल गया एक्चुअली, मैं लाइव कर रहा हूँ. हाँ हाँ हाँ, आई गॉट दैट. हाँ, आई गॉट दैट. अच्छा, आप आश्रम अभी जा रहे हो? नहीं, मुझे जयेश भाई ने भेज दिया, दो दो 2 बुक्स ही सेंट मी. हाँ, थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सो मच. ओके, बाय. So Diwali comes, you need crackers, you need new clothes, you need sweets, so many things, see, to bring that flavor of that festival. And all that we are waiting for 1 full year is to bring that mood. And what is that mood? Still not even close to God consciousness. दिवाली में आप गॉड कॉन्शियसनेस के कितने करीब हो, याद करो. गणपति में, गणेश चतुर्थी अभी जो चल रहा है, हाउ क्लोज आर यू टू दैट डिवाइन तत्व? जस्ट टेल मी. क्रिसमस कम्स, Eid comes, all the festival comes, we celebrate it, but how close are you in God consciousness? Hardly. Majority तो पता ही नहीं है God. What do you mean God consciousness? अरे दिवाली है भाई, हाँ दिवाली है तो मैं उठा रहा हूँ ना, पटाखे उड़ा रहा हूँ, नए नए कपड़े पहना हो, देखो अभी मिलना है गेस्ट से, पार्टी करनी है, शराब पीनी है, सब चलता है. मैं बोला सब तो है, ठीक है, लेकिन वो कहाँ है, वो कौन? वो दिवाली का जो स्पिरिट है, जो कॉन्शियसनेस है देवी का, एंड वो कर रहे हैं ना, पूजा करेंगे, थोड़ा अभी अभी वेट करो, थोड़ा पूजा है. तो पूजा में आर यू गोइंग टू एक्सपीरियंस? व्हाट डू यू मीन एक्सपीरियंस? अरे पूजा करनी पड़ती है यार, पूजा हमारी रिचुअल है, वो उसके बिना नहीं होती है दिवाली. यू हैव टू डू दिस. एंड वो सब एकदम आडंबर से करेंगे सब कुछ. दे विल डू आरती, एवरीथिंग. एंड व्हाइल दे आर डूइंग आरती ऑल्सो, नेक्स्ट मोमेंट इज गेस्ट आने वाले हैं, कितना खाना बनना है, कितना क्या करना है, अभी ये भी बचा है, वो भी बचा है, वो करते करते वो चलते रहता है पूरा. वेयर इज गॉड कॉन्शियसनेस? पागलों का ये है, दौड़ है. नो बडी नोज व्हाट दे आर डूइंग. दिस इज द क्रुएल्टी ऑफ फेस्टिवल्स. Ignorant. Nobody rises in God consciousness through festivals or any rituals. Nobody rises. You might get a little glimpse of it. थोड़ा बहुत एक थोड़ा आनंद मिलेगा, थोड़ा ईगो सेटिस्फेक्शन हो जाएगा, हमने ये किया, वो किया, ऐसे किया, वैसे किया. गणेश फेस्टिवल का जाओ, एक से एक बड़ा एक से बड़ा एक कंपटीशन लगा हुआ है, एंड स्पर्धा भी होती है उसमें. दे गिव द बेस्ट गणेश आइडल at the end of the festival. And now everybody is competing to make the biggest and the widest and the best of idols. Where is the Ganesh Tattva in that? And everybody is going, whole crowd. Yesterday I was there in the market. Yesterday, with a crowd, crazy crowd, like, they are all rushing to see those Ganesh. Where is the bhakti? All will just do this, they will bow and हाँ, वो देखो कितना अच्छा है, वो लाइट देखो, वो कान देखो कैसे बनाया, सुंदर बनाया है, ये देखो, अरे बाप रे, ये कुछ नया टेक्नोलॉजी है, ये देखो, इधर देखो, उधर देखो. इट्स जस्ट लाइक अ मेला. वेयर इज द स्पिरिट ऑफ लॉर्ड गणेशा? सो इट इज एन एडिक्शन. एक मूड आ गया, एक ये बन गया, जुबिलेशन बन गया, एंड वी इग्नोरेंटली थिंक वी आर कनेक्टेड. ए गॉड का है, इट इज गॉडली. वी आर रिलीजियस पीपल. भगवान के लिए करना पड़ता है सब. कहाँ है भगवान? ही नहीं है, एब्सेंट है. आई एम श्योर ही इज नॉट देयर. द वे इट इज कमर्शलाइज्ड, दे धक्का मुक्की होती है, दंगे फसाद भी होती है वहां पे, मारामारी होती है, पी के लोग ये करते. यू थिंक गॉड विल बी देयर? आई डोंट थिंक देयर इज एनी गॉड देयर. God will rather go and sit in some chawl or some gali nukkad or in somebody's home जिसके घर में दिया जलाने का पैसा नहीं है, लेकिन वो आंख बंद करके कोई कोने में बैठा है. Surely he'll be there. So these are just addictions of the panch indriyas. एक बार वो थ्रिल आ गया, you experience it, enjoy, और धीरे धीरे वो भूल जाते हो. It's just like sex. I'm sorry to compare it to that, but it's just like, because it's all panchindriyas. You feel good, you feel elated, you feel wonderful, and that remains in your memory. That ecstasy remains in your memory. And after some time, it's gone down. You get into the world, it's gone down. But the memory is there. So the next time you think of bliss or ecstasy, you will bring that memory. Oh, that. So your mind will tell you, if you want to go into that Satchidananda state, do that. So you crave for that. Why do you do all that act? Because you want to reach that state of ecstasy. Same festivals, God consciousness, whatever you call it, it's all the Panchindriyas, work of the Panchindriyas. There is no soul involved anywhere. Chata Indriya hai hi nahi. This is sheer ignorance. This kind of spirituality will keep you rotating around there and give you a feeling of all is well, I am going somewhere, but you will get nowhere. Because you have not taken the leap, you have not taken the step beyond that Dvaita. It's still in Dvaita. Dvaita, till now, what I told, second time I am telling, till now, for 1 hour, whatever I told, this is doing. We are talking versus being versus doing. And for the 1 hour, I have been only talking about what is doing. We have not even entered being. This is doing. You have to do all these things. Even you have to do sexual acts to get there. Doer, there is a doer. Next step of being is you being that space of ecstasy, you begin moving towards that. You become that which you are striving to attain. That's what last time I said. Mahadeva is not on some hill. You are Mahadeva. But we cannot talk this language to everybody. Because if somebody is in a Kattarpanthi, if somebody is with the ego consciousness that I am the biggest bhakt, look at this, look at this, look at my attires, look at my turbans, look at the color of the turbans, Look at the color of my flag. I am the biggest bhakt of Shiva. If you tell that person, Mahadeva is not there, but you are Mahadeva, it will create more havoc, because that same ego consciousness will say, I am Shiva. You know who I am? See this, very close I am telling. The person who is a doer will say, do you know who I am? I am Shiva. Just like he used to previously say, do you know who I am? I am a Shiva Bhakta. Arrogance and ego. Doer, the doing. And what will the being tell? When the real tattva somebody starts experiencing, that same, do you know who I am? Will turn into Bhagavan Ramana's inquiry. Who am I? See the difference? One is inquiry of who am I really? And when that who am I comes, you will understand, I am none other than Shiva. That is a very humble and meek way of saying, I am Mahadeva. Where the I also vanishes and there is nobody to even claim, I am Mahadeva. It's a feeling, it's an experience. Ego is gone. That is a being. And now it has become, who am I? I am that. Very humble, very simple experience. And what the opposite of this being is? Doing. What will the doer say? You know who I am? I am Mahadeva. See the same expressions, how it changes forms. Can you get the catch between the doer and one who is in the being? Doer means ego consciousness, simple. I am separate, I have this ego identity, I am so and so, I is there. There is one I that is there, that is so profound. And when this goes away, there is another I which comes in, which is very humble. The I-ness, the real I. The doer as the false I, that I am something, false I, the ego I. That get converted when all this drops and dissolves, what remains is I, the simple I, the real I. I am that. And there that state is no claims. So everybody who's claiming I am something, I am this, I am that, is still in the Dvaita, still in the doership, still in the ego consciousness. All, including all the paths that claim we have done this, we are doing this, we are doing this project, we are serving the world, we are saving the world, we are feeding the world, we are healing the world. That I-ness is there very strong. The doership is there. I. Then that I only collectively, all the ego consciousness, one, all the I becomes, the aham becomes very strong, and all these I's come together. The we, the community is born. We are that. So all this set of group is nothing but individual ego consciousness, all claiming something. Everybody is singularly claiming something. I have done that, I have done this. So when all collectively put together, it is we have done this, we are doing this, we are saving the world, we are healing the world, we are doing this and that. The doership is very strong. Now it has multiplied into that collective community. Will it take you anywhere? Nowhere. It will give you a good feeling that we are going somewhere, we are doing something. तो जिंदगी अच्छे से गुजर रही, क्योंकि हम कुछ कर रहे हैं, मैं कुछ कर रहा हूं इस दुनिया में, तो मैं अगर कुछ करूंगा तो मेरा प्रेजेंस फील होगा. When I do something, my presence is felt for myself also and for others also. My ego consciousness is boosted because I have a presence. I have something to do. Life is worthwhile because I am present here. I am acknowledging my presence and people are acknowledging my presence. Look there. I praise myself, people praise me. I praise them, they praise me. That is what happens with that doership. I have not even entered into the space of these great mystics like Nisargadatta Maharaj and Ramana. I am still in the other phase. 1 hour, exactly 1 hour. We are still talking, doing, little glimpses of being. This is why I wanted to cover this last time also, because it's very important. Until you get this very clearly, you will, once you get it, you will understand where are you in this whole journey. Because the roadmap has to be very clear. And then you will come to know, am I close or I am still feeling being far? Then it will answer your questions. Why am I feeling so distant though I am doing all these things? See, I am doing. I have been doing sadhana for 10 years, 15 years. Where am I? There you are. I just pointed the journey. Find out where you are in this. You will come to know where you are. So all the doers, this is all needed. I don't say it's not needed, because the hum in the gross consciousness is very strong. Very, very strong. It cannot be just removed. That is why religions was introduced by the same consciousness. Once upon a time there was no religion also. One by one religions start coming to face, because the gross consciousness was so gross, because they were like pashu, animalistic. They could kill each other, do anything, that kind of nonsense. Forget God consciousness, they were not even close to that. So religions had to be introduced as a first step point of that foundation. The foundation step towards moving to Satyuga, religions had to come. So all the isms, Hinduism, Sikhism, Buddhism, and the Iti, Christianity, all the religion, the Islam, they came in 1111 form, because people were of different kind of consciousness. So whichever suited them, the God consciousness was not bothered about this or that. Do anything but raise your consciousness, come out of the Pashu Bhava. So all these religions played a major role in uplifting the human consciousness from the deep, deep gross consciousness. Something from all the deep tamas and tamoguna to satoguna. It was a movement towards sattvic. All the religions came only to make sattvic. It changed people's views and started cleaning them and moving them towards sattvic, not liberation yet, because this was the first step. So all religions started preaching goodness. If you see into all religions, you will find only the common teachings of do not hate, forgive, accept everyone, love everyone, serve everyone, become a good person, don't do wrong things, don't do uh, stealing, don't be dishonest, become a genuine person, become humble. All these kind of teachings of becoming goody, become saintly. Nobody will teach in religion to become godly. Remember this. They will tell you become saintly. They cannot tell you to become godly, because it's blasphemy then. Because God is somewhere else. You cannot become God, You can be a devotee, but you cannot become that. You can become saintly, you can become good. But in Christianity, if I say I am that, it's called blasphemy. They'll persecute straight. How can you call yourself God? How dare you do that? God is something extra somewhere. So all the religions came. And when the consciousness, over many eras, consciousness started rising, people started doing good practices, becoming more better human beings and all that. After a certain time, what another challenge that came in was everybody got stuck in the Dvaita. Strong forms, idol worship, everything in that form. Then many movement came that curbed idol worship. No idol worship, something it is beyond that. And then many saints came around like Adi Shankaracharya ji, and Advaitan philosophy started coming in. The Siddhas movement began at that time. All the Siddhas started getting introduced into this world. Siddhas came to actually enhance beyond that limitedness of God consciousness, idol worship and all that. They were enhanced in that, but they had gone one step ahead in worship. Like Bogarnath ji, he was still worshipping the Murugan, Lord Murugan, but he added science to it. The Navapashayan that he introduced, the alchemy that he introduced. Alchemy, changing metal into gold, or changing a gross human into a godly human. Alchemy. By removing the 9 poisons, Navapashayan. The Parasvidya came in, Pardeshwar Linga. He introduced all that science. See, same God in the form only, he went one more step to say that Pardeshwara is no one but you. The Paradvidya came in from there. He told that one drop of the Paras, the mercury, is nothing but one drop of the sperm of Shiva. That is how he introduced. In the gross way, the way people can understand it. Now, one drop of that Shiva has got 9 poisons. Now, Vikara, 9 deadly poisons it has got. So, that mercury, that para has to be cleansed of that 9 poisons. When only you cleanse it, it becomes pure Shiva. Till then, it is impure Shiva. Mercury is impure Shiva. When you purify it, it becomes Pardeshwara, Mahadev, the Mahesh, the Shiva Tattva is fully Jagrit in that. It becomes fully Shiva conscious, fully purified, the Pardeshwara. That is the science that he taught. How? By removing the 9 deadly poisons from that through this process of Paradvidya, which Gurudev once used to teach. That is nowhere but from Bogarnathji's this only, principles of alchemy. Bogarnathji was the father of alchemy. Now, the people who are in strong gross consciousness saw that also as a metal, saw that also as an object, and began worshipping that. They purified that, no doubt, but then still it was outward. The Paradeshwara is there, and then I still need to bow. See, that was not the ideology of Bogarnathji. That was not the purpose, intent. See, if you had to worship that, you can still do it in a stone Shivalinga also. You can go to the Jyotirlinga, you can do it anywhere. Why do you need to go through this alchemy process, make that a Pardeshwara, and then do the same Namaskar? And it's such a costly affair and such a tedious affair. The real science was now guna, now avaguna. You also, human being also have got 9 poisons like the Kam, Krodha, Lobh, all that much, all the negative vikaras, 9 deadly poisons even humans have. So, one drop of sperm of a human being means the potential of becoming a baby, a human. So, that sperm has the now vikaras, which when it goes into the womb and becomes a child, the child is born with the now vikaras, 9 poisons. And the whole life has to be spent in alchemy, in purifying the 9 poisons, now vikara. And when the now vikaras are poisoned, you become Shiva. Simple concept. He merged the two. He said the human being doing the Parasvidya, doing the process of alchemy, purifying the mercury, while you are doing that together, you are merged as one. Treat yourself as one with that element, because when you are taking a mercury, you are like that. You have 9 poison, that also has 9 poison. So you become one, and then in that state of pure divinity and in pure devotion, you begin the process of cleaning alchemy. That is what Gurudev taught, that you have to be focused, you have to be dedicated during those days in a month where you are creating that Pardeshwara, because you are not just creating something there, you are creating a new human being out of you. So you have to be doing that certain mantras and all that and be one with that metal. And while you do that, you will see that the 9 vikaras are As it is cleaning, your cleansing also is happening. It is a sadhana. What Bogarnath taught. And as you purify, that purifies. As that purifies, you purify. And then when that becomes completely pure, by that time you also have become Shiva. That is the purpose. But Pardeshwara, people create it, do all the process. There's no connection. It's not a sadhana. The shedding of 9 poisons are not happening there. I don't know whether it's happening there also. Sometimes that is incomplete. This is incomplete. It's still not serving the purpose to there. And ultimately, after doing that, they still go and bow. They begin worshipping. That is not the real purpose of worshipping. That is why all these scientists came, cosmic scientists, all these siddhas, maharishis were cosmic scientists. They explained God consciousness in very gross consciousness. Because, why did they explain? Because all were stuck in that worship. To get you out of that only, that was done. But unfortunately, the strong gross consciousness still rooted man there only. And ultimately, when Gurudev tried it, he had to stop it. Because then there was business happening in that, transactions happening in that, buying, selling, creating, and what all purposes God knows. So where is the शुद्धिकरण? पारे की शुद्धिकरण हुआ या नहीं हुआ, I don't know. अपनी शुद्धिकरण कहाँ है? कि अभी तक we are even wanting to do business in that thing which is supposed to bring us out of it. We have got stuck in that. I remember somebody had gifted me a Pardeshwar Linga long back, and I took it. Despite Gurudev telling once, you have to not take Pardeshwar of somebody. You don't gift it, don't buy it, don't. Why? Because the person who is involved in purification has got connected with his karma. That person's karma is connected with the Pardeshwara. So whatever is left in that Pardeshwara, you don't know. Karmically, that there are things, that person's karma is there in that. And if you sell that, or you gift it, or you take it from somebody, and you start worshipping it, that karmic properties, you are dealing with that. That is the reason he said, don't do that. That is why when consciousness has risen, only all these vidyas can be given. Why it is lupta? Why the Paras Vidya is looped? Why Bhogarnathji just did not give it to everybody? Because you need certain consciousness to be there. Otherwise, you will create havoc. बंदर के हाथ में चक्कू दिया तो क्या होगा? वही हुआ. So at mass level, it doesn't happen because it's not supposed to happen. Not everybody is on the same level. Those who take it as a sadhana for self evolution to realize the self, it will work only for them. For others, it will only create troubles. Secret behind it is your intention. Intention gadbad, sab gadbad. Product gadbad, pura chaupat. The purpose only is all defeated. And that is what precisely happened. That is why most of the sadhanas, higher sadhanas, are lupt. It is deliberately kept out of the people's reach. Most of these sadhanas, higher, deeper sadhanas. Because man can misuse it. And it can create more. पतंग का कारण नहीं बनना चाहिए. मुक्ति का कारण छोड़ के पतंग का कारण नहीं बनना चाहिए. So I had taken that, and I used to do a lot of tratak on that, sadhana on that, mantra japa on that, and I saw there was a lot of soot coming out and all. So I came to know it's still impure. Or ho raha tha. Every day I used to wipe it with the napkin and keep it, and then I brought it to my office, ashram office, and in my cabin I used to keep it in front of my desk, and all the time it is there. I could see it, and while I was talking and this. So जितने भी हमारे अंदर मेरे जो डिपार्टमेंट में लोग थे वो देर ऑल नॉन साधक्स बिकॉज देर ऑल प्रोफेशनल्स. You don't get sadhak professionals. So they were all non-sadhaks. They don't know all this. So I used to have sessions with them, 1 hour session every day, explaining them the purpose of Shiva Yoga and about Gurudev and all the what, because they had to be convinced, because we had to send these messages out to the public and all that. So they must be knowing what we are doing. And this was the time, I think 2013 or 14, when I was, no, 2015, I was given in charge of the department. I changed that concept at that time because it was very confusing for me. It was lots of gross of the pictures and idols and all those, too much of gross. It was too much of the godly thing. So then when Gurudev gave me the permission, you do whatever, however you want to portray it. So I took that liberty, and then we stopped using all the gods and goddess pictures first. Then we came into the concepts of light and simple things like that. You must be seeing that in the forums and all. We slowly wiped out all that. It took me around 6 to 8 months to wipe out that concepts of heavily used images and all that, because then only religious people were looking into that. Seekers were not. Seekers are not interested in all this. And somehow I was a seeker, I ended up in that. And nobody appreciated me except only one person, that was my guru. Because he knew what I was thinking and I knew what he wants to convey. And he was happy. Okay, this guy is catching what I want to relay, and he can do it. The rest are still caught up in the grossness, and he is talking Advaita. Very difficult. Very difficult time. So most of the projects started coming to me, and then slowly we converted that image itself of that, and we went more into deeper into that seekers mode than devotee mode. It was previously, if you see, when 2015 se pehle, it was all devotee mode, religious. But that impact was so huge, I found it very challenging to transition that process into that. Still, you will see the influence of religion very strong. It's not easy. And now I'm not there. I think it must have gone back to all those things, only concepts. Because the guru is not directly involved in all these things. He is just sitting and conveying. How you relay is all up to you. So that Pardeshwara started becoming gold colored. So gold color used to come, I used to clean it, then again silver it used to become. All that things were happening. Then I used to tell all these employees who were non-sadhaks, I used to tell them the alchemy, I used to teach, show them that, demonstrate. So this is how it happens, what we are talking, what the master was talking in that particular video is this. And they were amazed to see, and I told them, see, it will turn. And I see how the thing was, me and that Pardeshwar had got so much aligned together that if I was just sitting there and just closing my eyes and doing a little sadhana or doing some mantra japa, I used to immediately see black suit coming out of it. And if I don't do anything, if I am busy 1 or 2 days, nothing. It's just as it is, silver, as it is. And then I do somewhere little sadhana, again black suit coming. See how it gets attuned. Forget that. When I used to come on leave to Karnataka here, 1 week leave or 15 days leave, once in a year or something, I used to come here. So that time, it used to be nice silver there. And here I used to come, I used to give a call to the office saying that, is the Paradeshwara thing cleaner? They used to say it's all clean. And then when I used to go and travel here and do some sadhana somewhere, same evening I used to get informed that it is turning black. So I had given authority to only one person to judge that Paradeshwara, where I kept napkins, paper napkins. I had asked that lady to only just clean it off whenever that's happening. So I watched that whenever I'm doing sadhana, there the suit is releasing. So then I came to know that, okay, now I know when the Paradeshwara will get dirty. So whenever I used to do sadhana, after that I used to just send a message to the office, just clean that. And they say, yeah, it's a little dirty. Okay, just to clean. And then it started becoming gold. You don't do anything, no sadhana, nothing. It will remain silver, and in a day it will turn completely golden color. So then I saw it's becoming gold, more often it became gold. Then one day I asked Gurudev, I said, Babaji, I want to ask you something. There is this Pardeshwar on my table. He didn't know about all this. But I told, there is this Pardeshwar and I have been doing this and now it's turning gold. What does this mean? He just walked away. He didn't say anything. I thought he must have not heard. So next opportunity, 2-3 days later, again I thought I'll ask him, and I asked him the same. I said, this is turning gold and all that. What does that mean? He heard it, but he talked something else, some other topic, some other work thing he was doing, as though he ignored it. Then I said, maybe he's not liking it, forget it, I'll not. It's not important probably, because that's how he used to be. What is important only he used to talk, what is not important he'll just remain silent. So I understood, okay, it's not meant to be. And one day, after a few days, I was just sitting and we were doing some work and all that. He was just sitting on the side there. And he looked at me and he said, directly, he didn't even remind me of the question at all. He just began saying, देखो इस इन सब चीज़ों के पीछे नहीं लगना. I didn't understand what he's talking because and then when he said after that, ये सोने का कलर का हो रहा है या सोना हो रहा है इसके पीछे सब, then I understood, oh, he's talking about this. Then I listened carefully and he told, एक चीज याद रखो हमेशा, to attain Shiva, to become Shiva, it is straight one road to a Shiva if you want to attain Shiva. But when you get closer to Shiva, it will split into two. The path will become two. One is left hand, one is right hand. The left hand, the same, he was talking about Pardeshwara. When you're cleaning the Pardeshwara, you are going towards that. Then one point will come when the Pardeshwara is getting clean enough, from where there are two paths. One is it becomes gold, because in the alchemy of Pardeshwara, Mercury, there is a certain stage where if you stop after doing a certain process and you don't continue further and you focus on that, it becomes gold. Mercury becomes gold. This was a very ancient technique where people made gold out of mercury. But it was completely concealed secrets and it was not very open. Now also it's not very it's many people make mistakes and all. They do not know correctly, but it is possible. There are siddhas with great powers and all who do it even today. They can make gold out of it. So that is one point when the Pardeshwara starts becoming gold. He said that a deviation goes towards gold. Why did we begin the process of Pardeshwara? For some destination. One of the destination is becoming gold, making it gold. That is one purpose of doing this alchemy. The other purpose is to become that pure consciousness, pure para, pure Shiva. That is the right path. So what he was trying to tell me that time is सब चीज़ों के पीछे नहीं लगना, सोना और सोने का कलर, वो सब चीज़ें, ये सब ही टोल्ड मी तुम्हारे पथ पे आएंगे तुम्हें टेस्ट करने के लिए. These all will be a major test, but चुनना तुमको है, whether you want gold out of that material or you want Shiva. If you want Shiva, ignore this, walk towards Shiva. उतना बोल के उठ के चले गए. Message is very clear. If you get distracted by that, this is same what we have in the human journey. When we are reaching towards that goal, we will be tested by a lot of things. One major test is your siddhis, the powers that come with it. There will be a lot of powers that will come out, because it's a natural gift that will come out. But if you get stuck in that, gone. Wine, women, gold. Three major tests that will come in that. Very challenging. Gold also is one of it. Aishwarya, prosperity, abundance, all this will begin coming at that time. And other gifts of that abundance start coming. The powers start coming, start showing up. It is so lucrative that you can get caught up in the gold. Oh, the Pardeshwara is gold. Then you treat it in a different special way because it's becoming gold, because gold is valuable to you in your gross world. But सूक्ष्म जगत में कोई वैल्यू नहीं. नित्यानंद भगवान ने बोला, कुत्ते को खाना सोने की थाली में दो या मिट्टी के बर्तन में दो, उसको फर्क नहीं पड़ता. वो उसी चाव से इधर भी खाएगा उधर भी खाएगा. उसको खाने से मतलब है, बर्तन से नहीं. उसको उस फीलिंग, उस एक्सपीरियंस से मतलब है, उस ब्रांड से नहीं. Getting what all these catches of the path are. बहुत सूक्ष्म जगत है. So my guru used to never force something and tell ऐसे ही करना है तुमको. He used to tell me always the two path. ये मिलेगा, ये मिलेगा, चुनना तुमको है. How you move through it, what decisions you take, but awareness. If you are aware and you move through any of these, you are not having chances of getting stuck. When you are having powers, when you are having women, wine, gold, all these things, when you are having all the abundance, prosperity, everything, if you are in a state of awareness, you will know all these things are around you, it's coming to you, but you will not be dead ignorant and just get lost in it. That is bolte patang ka karan. Those things are not wrong, but that addiction to that or getting caught up in that web of Maya is what is difficult. That is why the path of awareness is very important. I always suggest to people, practice awareness so that फिसले नहीं. हर एक चीज, any decision that we take, any path we are moving, anyhow we are moving, through whatever we are moving, the path of awareness will keep you afloat. It will not get you lost in it very ignorantly. Only then you can succeed. Otherwise, it's very difficult. You will tumble down. Very, very difficult. The doership is still there, very active. The doer is there, the doing is there. You see, you observe all this, what I am talking for 1.5 hours now, still in the doing. These are all doings. So you can see how much the topic being, I am covering little, but you can see how much big variety of percentage of doing is there. This is how our life is. So if you are relating to what I am talking to your life, you will understand very clear how much of doership is there. All this is doing only. Everything is doing. Still not come and touched being. So I thought of explaining it in this manner so that we understand it a little more clearer. So indirectly you can say, my master was telling me, stop doing things. The doing mode will make me curious. I am a doer. So I am a worshipper. I clean it. I think about it. I analyze it. Oh, it is my karma. Okay, so much karma is left now. How much now it is becoming gold? So how much have I become gold? If it is turning still black is coming. Oh, still so many karmas are. The doer will always keep calculating this. Where have I reached? Where have I reached? How much far have I come? Turn back and see. How much far to go? The doer will only be concerned. This is where the timelines get stuck in. Past, present, future. How far have I come? Oh, it has been a horrible journey. Life of turmoil. Past. A person of the past. You are of the past. Doer. Only doer can go in the past. Oh, I did this, I did that. Guilt consciousness. This happened to me, that happened to me. That person did this to me. I did that to that person. Oh my God. So difficult my life has been. I've been struggling all my life. Right from my birth, right from my womb, right from before womb. All these things, victims and this. Oh my God, I've come till here. So difficult journey I've walked past. Doer. It's a doer mode. It is the doing, not in the being. तो पीछे मुड़ के देखना, past, stuck in the past, I cannot move on. Why cannot I move on? नजर पीछे है, नजर memories पे है. Healing is very simple. I'll tell you how to heal that also. Healing cannot happen till you are in the doer mode. What is why I'm trying to tell you is all the problem is the ego consciousness. Ego consciousness only will calculate on what happened to me. Ego conscious will tell, I the doer did this and I suffered. Ramana says, it is the doer that always suffers. Who does will suffer. So I did this, I did that. Even I did this so much for the world and this is what I get, I suffer. The doer. Who asked you to do? In my personal consultations, people talk about, I did this so much for my wife, I did so much for my children, I made them so big. I said, wait a minute, you made them big? Yeah, मैंने उनको पाल पोस के बड़ा किया. Oh, is that? You mean you went into their system, you digested the food, you chewed that food, you assimilated their food, you converted that into fats and blood and whatever, and you were literally growing them every inch. No, I didn't mean that. I gave them, oh, you gave them food? You mean to say if you did not exist, that person would die? Your child would die? It is your strong feeling that you feel that you have done. I have done so much for my child. Karta bhav, doer. And who's the sufferer? I have done and this is what I got. The doer. The one who has just done that, who feels I have done that, is the one who feels punished. This is what I get. Yes, this is what you get. Sufferings. Oh, but I did know. Who asked you to do? Who asked you to do? Ego consciousness. I did it because I get the gratification. I feel I have done something or I get some benefits. Somewhere I read a quote once, if I don't help other beings when they need me, good, so far so good. If I don't help other beings when they need me, यहाँ तक अच्छा लगा. इसके बाद लफड़ा. If I don't help the beings when they need me, who will help me when I need them? Gadbad. Conditional. So it clearly shows that, oh, so I am serving the world or helping the world because if I do something, even I will get that in return. मैयत पे नहीं जा रहे हो, शादी में नहीं जा रहे हो, इधर नहीं जा रहे हो, उधर नहीं जा रहे हो, शादी में जाना है. किसकी शादी है? अरे फ्रेंड की शादी, चलो चलते हैं. अरे नहीं जाना. अरे तुम नहीं जाओगे, तुम्हारी शादी में कौन आएगा? तुम ऐसे ही कहीं नहीं जाते हो. You don't go anywhere for any weddings of anybody. Who will come when you are married? You want to be alone on the stage standing there? Whom will you show off all that 3 lakh worth of costumes and so much of jewelry and so much of pomp and glory, music and DJs and balloons and cakes and all that stuff? कोई आएगा नहीं तो. Whom are you going to show off all these things? Oh, that's true. Then चलो चलो चलते हैं, शादी को चलते हैं. हम जाके कुछ तो जाके उधर एंजॉय करेंगे उनका all these नज़ारे, all these demonstrations of what is the whole thing about. We give them gifts. We'll take gifts, huh? Why? Arey, when you get married, who will give you gift then? If you don't give gifts? और जो भी मैरिज पार्टी है वो शादी होने के बाद दे विल सिट, वन गाय विल सिट विद अ लॉन्ग रजिस्टर लाइक चित्रगुप्त एंड राइट, इसने इतना दिया, ये दिया, इसने इतना अमाउंट दिया, लिख लो. ये क्यों बना रहे हो भाई पुराण? ये हमको देना पड़ेगा ना वापस लोगों को. जब क्या ट्रांजैक्शन है वर्ल्ड. तो if I don't help the world when the world needs me, who will be there for me when I need them? Very gross. That is why life of awareness will tell us every intent. Whenever I am even having an intention, ichha, let me help or do something in the world, first thing is your intention will say, what are you going to get out of it? There only you will be either inspired or you will drop that act. I dropped most of my act because I don't do seva. I never do seva. Because most of the time I see there is some cunningness. And the moment my intention shows, ye hone wala, I better not do it. I better not be a doer. Because then I move around telling the world or telling myself, reminding myself, I've done this, I've done that. So much I've done this, so much I've done that. Today I went, I fed 200 people, poor people. Oh, at the evening, very nice. I put a Facebook post or I put a post into my head only, satisfied today. Why? I did it. See, I did. The doer is there. This is the same doer that will suffer tomorrow if somebody tells something about that seva. Then you'll say, all the memories will come out which you felt so gratified. I did this. And now what are they saying? I'm hurt. मैं नहीं जाना है, मुझे नहीं जाना वहाँ पे. I don't want to go there. Filthy people. इतना सोच करने के बाद भी ये नाम रखते हैं. आ गया ना असलियत बार. Better not be a doer only then. ये लेन देन का चक्कर will not add any additional benefits to your scheme. लेन देन वही हो गया, व्यर्थ हो गया. So sometimes we do so many things, and if we are not aware and conscious of what we do, very difficult. The whole equation goes something else. Life of awareness is a must. So I turn back. I am a man of the past. I cannot let go of my past. My past haunts me. Or even if I have let gone, still there is something that I want to look back, where I came from, because that gives me so much of pleasure. I walked all this way. I, the doer, have walked all this way. I, the doer, have overcome my troubles. Who's the one who says, I have battled, I have fought all this? There is a glorification saying that, okay. In the gross world, it is needed to survive, because that is why most of the people survive. Many of the people who just exist without meaning in life, and there is no meaning, but I am existing. What will give them that food for existence? I have come a long way, you don't know. Enough. Good to survive. Somebody who looks ahead and says, what is my future holding for me? I have come a long way now. Now I am going somewhere, I don't know. Will it be the same like that? See, now it is a man of the future, gone in the future, living in the future. Constant worrying, what will happen now, what will happen then, if this happens, what will happen then, that way, or it can be this way, that way, whole planning of events, everything. Just like somebody is planning for their wedding again. Wedding has not happened, but lot of plans are going on in the head. ऐसे करेंगे, मुहूर्त इस टाइम पे होगा, बाराती यहाँ से आएंगे, पटाखे यहाँ फूटेंगे, यहाँ फायरवर्क्स होगा, यहाँ दारू शारू होगा, यहाँ डांस करेंगे. All those things, planning activity. It's not yet come, but going on. Who is doing all this planning? The doer. Because he is going to become the doer now. It's not yet come, but the planning is going to be to do things. It's not yet manifested, but the planning is going on, logic's going on. So in the mind, that person is in the future. Shadi Barat ka. People even plan their mayat. इधर आओ बेटा, मैं जब मरूंगा ना तो कम से कम 500 लोग होना चाहिए. दावत पे बुलाओ, सबको खाना खिलाना चाहिए, इतने ब्राह्मण्स को बुला के इतना देना चाहिए, इतना दान पुण्य करना चाहिए, ठीक है. और मेरा जो चिता है इस तरीके से जलना चाहिए. मुझे इलेक्ट्रिक उसमें सब नहीं चाहिए, मुझे इस तरीके से चाहिए, सागवान का लकड़ी होना चाहिए या सैंडलवुड होना चाहिए. खर्चा कर लो थोड़ा, इतना बहुत तो किए हो, मैंने भी इतना जिंदगी जिया है, सब कुछ किया है, तो सैंडलवुड में चाहिए. अच्छा. और इनको बुलाओ, इनको बोलो, ये सब होना चाहिए वहां पे मेन. दे आर ऑर्गेनाइजिंग देयर डेथ, प्लानिंग देयर डेथ. Attachment to the doership. Even while the person has left the body also, they want to be the doer. Even after they left the body, they don't have control now on the body. So they want somebody else to do for them now, on somebody else's behalf. Meanwhile, somebody here is saying, मैयत पे जाना है. अरे मैयत पे क्या जाओगे यार, डेथ सेरेमनी अच्छा नहीं लगता मुझे. अरे ऐसे थोड़ी कहते, जाना पड़ता है. क्यों? अरे तुम्हारी मैयत में कौन आएगा फिर कल? कोई नहीं रहेगा, तुम ऐसे ही ये करोगे. हाँ हाँ चलो चलते हैं मैयत पे. क्रेजी वर्ल्ड, वर्ल्ड ऑफ डूअर्स. ऑल दिस इज कंप्लीट प्लानिंग पैकेज. ऐसे करना है, वैसे करना है. Where are they absent? Where are they present? They are present in the past, they are present in the future. Constantly planning, constantly worrying. Constantly planning, constantly worrying. Why? Because they are in the doing. They are not in the being. Being is now. If you are living in the now, talking in the now, eating in the now, living in the now, breathing in the now, seeing right now this video in the now without thinking anything else, being fully present here, being with me, listening in the now, feeling in the now, experiencing in the now, that is being. Opposite completely of doing. Remember this always. You want to know if you are a doer? Just sit and analyze whole day where you are. If you are either in your past or future, complete karta, doer, fully identified with the body consciousness. इतना ही पता मुझे कि I exist as this body. So many things have happened to this body, so many things have happened to this emotion, so many things have happened to this name, this form, this identity, and so many things are now going to happen to this identity, whom I believe is this. All this time it was survival of the fittest. How I survived from the past, and now how I arrange for this body for the future. What kind of clothing I will put for this, what kind of food I will provide, what kind of shelter will I provide for this, what kind of cremation ground will I prepare for it, what kind of wood will be there, and if it is burial, what kind of a tomb it is going to be, what is going to be inscribed on my tombstone. Rest in peace in the loving memory of, and put my quote, my famous quote. I love this quote, whatever that quote is, my favorite quote it is, put that on top, ताकि लोग मुझे याद करें तब भी कि इसने ये किया था, इसने वो किया था, क्यों किया, करता था ना, किया. He did this for the world, he did that for the world. Why he did? Because he was a doer. There goes the doer. And when the soul flies, that is a doer soul. Only doer souls can come back. Secret. Who are the souls that reincarnate again? Doers, because they did so many things. Now they are pending. बहुत कुछ किया, बहुत कुछ करना बाकी रह गया. जो करना बाकी रह गया उसके लिए करता चाहिए. आओ वापस और करो. तो यू टेक बर्थ अगेन टू डू. डिजायर्स फुलफिलमेंट. डिजायर का फुलफिलमेंट कौन करता है? करता ही करता है. तो आओ. Can you see that? Doing leads you where? And can you see how far it is from self-realization? We are talking now for 2 hours only on doing. And the theme is of self-realization. How do we realize the self? We are going in the other way. We are now looking at what are the obstacles that is leading you to self-realization. The other time we all talk about how to go and attain. There is nothing to attain. Ramana says this. Where and what are you going to achieve? Where are you going to attain self-realization? You are already realized. When will you realize that? If you are in the being, if you are in the present, in the stillness, and if you are in state of awareness, you are in the now, you will realize that you are already realized. You are realizing yourself. You are experiencing yourself. When you are rooted in that, you are experiencing who you are. When you are not rooted here, you are in the past or in the future, you become the doer and you are lost from this. Then that doer will struggle to attain this state. And look at the irony. All that Ramana says is shift into this being, which is what exactly I called shifting into awareness. Being in this present moment is awareness. You are just aware of being, what is there in the current state. Awareness is present. Even if you think, even if you become aware of your past, even if you are becoming aware of your future, see this catch. You cannot experience the past unless you are in the present. Can you think of a old trauma, old injury, or old memory of your past by going to the past? No, you might feel you are going to but in the present you are bringing that memory, and in this moment you are living that. You are experiencing in the now that trauma and feeling it in the mind of what happened behind. You are in the present, but the only problem is you have brought the memory of the past here. So you are living an unwanted, past, dead, rotten event in your now and giving it the experience of reality. It is not real. What has passed is real, is unreal. It is just a memory that is in your mind. The stronger the ego consciousness, the stronger the memory. You can't forget it. I won't forget it. I won't forget that person who did this to me. I can't forgive. Ego consciousness. Who's the sufferer? The ego consciousness, the doer. Because I have got to do these things to that person. He did this to me. She did this to me. They did this to me. Now I will do this to them. Where? In my present moment, I'll pull them in my memory and then start cursing them. They did this to me. My life happened. In the present moment, I am living in the past, cursing that person. Who's cursing? The doer. I have to do, no? I have to do justice. So I curse that person. I think of that person. I think of the hurt that was caused. It's all in the present that's happening. And present, what is happening? It's not real. What is real? You, the awareness is real. But what have you brought? You have brought a garbage bin and put it into your stink. The stinking bin, you have opened it right in front of you and you have sat in Padmasana in awareness and you are breathing it. Deep breath in, deep breath out. The garbage is open there and then you say, Itana ganda badbu, I can't bear it. Who asked you to open the garbage bin? If you don't bring the garbage, you are still in the being and breathing in. What? The freshness of the now. There is nothing. No memory, nothing. Memory is always of the past. Worry is always of the future. This might go wrong, that might go wrong. Another garbage bin from the future. You take it, put it here, and you start living. Oh, now I can see, I did this. Now this is going to happen. What if this happens? Oh my God, if this happens, then life is going to be like this. And if life is going to be like this, then things are going to be like that. And situation this way. And then I'm jittered. Oh my God, I'm so stressed out. Pasina aa gaya. Oh my God, that's so scary. Is my life heading? Life is not heading there. You have brought something into your memory which is not existent yet. It is not there. But you brought it through your power of your mind and put it here in your awareness. You are breathing and giving it life. What you bring from the past and from the future and breathe on it, you are giving it life. No wonder that created in your future. That's how it manifests. Manifestation is just that. Anything you want to manifest, can you manifest in the future? Can you manifest in the past? You can't. You have to think of that which you want all the time. That is the secret of manifestation, law of attraction. In the now, you are living as though it is real. You start feeling, oh, I am this, I am abundant, I am healthy, I am wealthy, I have this, I have that. And then you are visualizing all how nice life will be. What you are doing? You are creating an unreal image in your being and you are breathing your awareness into that unreal image until that becomes Jagrat and creates in your future. This is the law of attraction, manifestation. Simple science. But if you are in awareness, you can bring in whatever picture you want and create a future. If you are not in awareness, if you are ignorant, then automatically you will not bring what you want, but you will bring in what you don't want. That is the past and the future. And you will breathe into it day and night and think about it and create that in your future. Who's this one who's doing? The doer. Who can be present? The being, the be, the one who is just being there, not doing anything. So how much shift is it? For doing, you have to put efforts. There's so much of effort to go back into the past, dig into that there. For being, there is no efforts, effortlessness. You drop everything and you move into the silence. You move into that space which has nothingness. And in nothingness, there is everythingness. Why there is everythingness? What you see is everything around. Where did this come from? This came from nothingness. There was nothing and the world was created out of nothing. So everything has come from that nothing. So if you are always in the rooted in the nothing, everything will come to you. Because the source of that everything is that nothingness. That is soul consciousness. That is God consciousness. This is now we are moving into the being. People like mystics like Nisargadatta Maharaj, very beautifully, very complicated. You look at his speech, he's talking Marathi and he's giving sometimes bad words also in between and that, this, and he's smoking his bidi, sitting in his small house in Mumbai and smoking his bidi, and some foreigner sitting and he's talking ultimate truths. You read his I Am That book, it is so sophisticated that not even the best of realized people can write it. Like Carl Jung and all those great people, Eckhart Tolle and all those people who talk so much about it, they cannot explain that terms. It's so high language, Nisargadatta Maharaj. And he talked that in Marathi, that high language, and that was translated to English. You read his translations. He talks about that state of that being. What is that being? That eternal pure consciousness, that awareness. He talks of that. So if you want to understand the tattva of your soul, the quality of your soul, and what is awareness, what is consciousness, I will come deeply into that. But if you want to realize that, what is it? How does it feel like? My own space, how does my soul, the soul that I am, how do I feel like really? How do I experience it? How does it come into my being? Read the text of Nisargadatta Maharaj. He has given completely what that space is. What is this being in this present? Ramana Maharishi, the same thing, he explained how to attain it. See the beauty? Nisargadatta Maharaj explained that state, that state, that state. How, what all that different, thousands of different quotes, teachings. He explained how that state is. And Ramana Maharishi said, he more than explaining, he has not explained much how that state is. I am studying these beings and wonderful. See, that is where I am telling how purposeful these mystics are. Every mystic come with a certain purpose. They all sound same, talking the same thing. Awareness, consciousness, same. It looks like that, but it's not. They had a purpose. Nisargadatta Maharaj was only there to explain that state. And Ramana Maharishi came to explain how to attain that state. By not doing anything, that's the difference. Rest everybody speaks how to do something and get that state. Ramana said how to do nothing and get into that state, because this state is doing nothing, present state. When you drop the future, when you drop the past, you automatically come into your present. There is nothing left. You have no option. By default, you will come into present. No options. Ramana beautifully explained it. If you go to Tiruvannamalai and you sit in this essence, I assure you, you will get the taste of what Nisargadatta Maharaj is telling. Just by following what Ramana says, you will get the experience of what Nisargadatta Maharaj says. Both are meaning the same consciousness only. Very simple, by doing, because you don't need to do anything. And the most difficult path, I believe, is to not do anything. People will choose to do this, that is easy for me to do. I'll do this, I'll do that. Rigorous stuff I'll do. What is the most purest and fastest path? Not do anything. Oh, that is doubtful for me. How to not do anything? Doing, I know I can get up in the morning, I can put my schedules, I can do this and that and go here, go there. I can do all those things, but you are saying not to do. How will that happen? Listen to Bhagavan Ramana. He will tell you how to settle down into that. How to not do anything, he will tell you. This space is very rare. This percentage is very rare. From starting, I am explaining to you the play school, then the kindergarten, then the school itself. Play school, I told you, all the gross consciousness. People are just awakening and becoming something. and getting into forms and God and Papa Punya and all that. Then they get into the kindergarten where they become religious and they are becoming more sattvic, and then the whole spirituality starts unwinding where the doership comes. Spirituality with doership. Do this, do that, do this, do whole school. Schooling goes in that. You're learning this chakra, this kosha, that lot of inputs, information overload. I know everything. Now tell me, because people tell me, it's that, my kundalini has come there and my energy has gone there. It is in this chakra, that chakra. And when I go deeper and tell me what is that energy and where it is, have you seen it, have you experienced what kind of, most of them are not able to explain. They will explain from some borrowed belief, some borrowed information. They don't have a first hand experience. Something is happening on my head here. Here, I can feel it on my tongue. So they will not say it's on my skull. They will say something is happening in my sastrara. Where is your sastrara? It's here. Where here means on your head, inside your head, above your head. They'll say on my head. But sastrara is supposed to be a few inches up. Oh, there. What could this be then? No idea. Guesswork. Some say it is so many feet up. Some say there are 108 chakras. Some say there are 7 basic and there are multiple. Some say there are 1008. Some say there are 9 major chakras. 7 till here, another 2 up. Then some add on, there is another Guru Chakra also with that. Agya Chakra is different, Guru Chakra is different. So चक्कर के चक्कर में आदमी पागल हो जाता है. What information is, how is it going to help? You have 100 chakra or even 1 chakra. How is that going to help? And all those people who talk about chakras and the experience have no information about it. Sit with me and discuss. I'll ask you questions and I'll prove it to you. You don't know anything about chakras and nadis. You have some information, some borrowed belief. And all that you have is a hallucination. It's a fantasy. It is your imagination. You imagine certain things. Now, is that all false? No. It is all needed for all the schools. I told you, the school. Ramana said this. I'm not saying. Listen to all the posts that I put on Mystical Mystics. He said about chakras also very clearly. I'll read that to you. So, I'm not just blindly following him. This is what was in my heart, but I couldn't have the guts to say it because I thought I am crazy or I'll be called crazy. But when I saw Ramana's, I said, wow, this is exactly what I feel. So, it is an assurance that yes, this happens. So, this is needed for the start. Because I told you, if you are very gross, you cannot directly say, go to your soul consciousness. You will say, ask, where is the soul now? Feel the energy. Where is the energy? Then all the concept has to come. The nadis, the energy is here. It has to be pulled from here to there, and this is what happens. And then you bring it up here. Who is the one who brings it up? The doer. Only the doer, because I have to bring it up. People in my consultation say, I was in my Swadhisthana chakra and then I wanted to go to my Manipur chakra, but it did not go there. It was still in my Swadhisthana. I did everything to bring it up there. It is not happening. And then I went off for some time and then I'm seeing I'm in the Vishuddhi. When did it go there? So I bring myself, I escaped from here. How can it go? I'll bring it down back into my Swadhisthana and again try to pull it. Karta. Completely Karta Bhava. Where is the Samarpana? Now Kundalini force is something that is very powerful. Kundalini force is known as the cosmic intelligence. Now, am I more intelligent than the Divine Mother? Cosmic intelligence. The cosmic intelligence is moving on its intelligence to some chakra. I said, no, how can you go there? I have learned it this way. So you move away from here. The divinity you move, let me do it. Karta. I bring it down. I do it. problems. See, Ramana says, your duty is to be and not be this or that. When he says be means just be. Don't be this or that. Don't become this or that. Don't become a bhakta, don't become a devotee, don't become a sadhaka, don't become a seeker, don't become a disciple. That all that is ego, identity. Even I am a param bhakta of my God, or I am a param shishya of my guru. Ego consciousness. Identity is there. Another new identity came in. New sattvic ego. But it's still ego. And what he says, don't become this or that. Nothing you are. Just drop and become nothing. And this is what even Punjiji says, a disciple of Ramana. You cannot practice being. Because if I say you have to be in the being, practice being, no, it's a wrong word to say. Practice becoming aware. No. Practice means the practitioner is there. That means the doer is there. Gaya fir kaam se. He says, you cannot practice being. Have no pride. Just simply be self. You have to strike at the root of the ego, but not with sadhana, which is by the ego for the ego. See, sadhana means the practice. I am not talking this sadhana or that sadhana, but any practice that you do. I have to do this practice. The doer has come in there. So he says, any kind of practice is by the ego for the ego. Ego only does it for whom? For the ego to be satisfied. Only people of awareness will follow this. It's very difficult otherwise to even get seep into. You will be threatened by this kind of truths. You will say, oh my God, I shouldn't do this. I don't want to hear this. Don't hear. You're not ready for it. This is beyond the school stuff. He says it is simply a trick of the mind to think that you need to be established in the self. You are already that. Everything you do is for the stillness of the mind. Everything that you do for the stillness of the mind disturbs your mind, because doing is mind, it is a trap. Here Punjiji also said the same. I was searching something else, but this came in. If you are following the mystical mystics, you will have all the secrets there, because all these people that are putting are actually straight through the truth. So it is one that, do you want to directly enter into the university, or do you want to go to play school, kindergarten, and spend all the 10 years in the schooling doing this and that, and then finally passing your SSLC, your 10th grade, and moving into higher school or higher college, only to realize that, oh, what the hell was that? Doesn't it happen to you? That you learned so much in school and college, and by the time you are having a job or doing a business, or most of the time you look back and see you have wasted your life. What did you gain by knowing when was the battle of Panipat? Between who was it fought? How many people died? But you spend hours reading and learning all this kind of bullshit, all during the school years. Schools teach all this nonsense. So much about civics, so much about geography, so much about this and that, biology and zoology and geology and all the kind of logies. Tell me, what of that information are you using today? Almost nothing. You'll see that almost nothing you are using from your education. What was all that fuss about that education about? All the nonsense was fed into that, wasted time. So what I'm saying is, it depends on us. Do you want to go through all the school and then reach to a certain stage where you learn that, oh my God, all that nonsense that I did and I'm nowhere? I have no use for it today. So many people who are there in today's stage of life, I'm not saying that it will help you, but most of the data you will see is of not any use to you. See, if you have become a lawyer you will realize that all that science and mathematics that you studied is of no use to you. Social studies, what use did it come to you? The one who have become a technician will feel something. The one who has become a doctor will see that history and civics and geography, where did that help you? You just have a general, but over general knowledge, that's all. And even in doctors, I'm telling you, look at doctors, if they specialize also, they spend years in and so much of money and energy put in that. Basically they are MBBS and then spending so many years on specializations and then getting into profession and then doing, and while they are practicing and practicing and practicing, after having 10 years, 20, 30 years of experience. I have friends who are all surgeons and great assistant professors and professors of great universities here in the medical colleges and all that. Today they tell me, even after doing and being updated in this science, they still find they have no clue of most of the stuff. Most of the medicine that you learn, today you see the world has adapted and new things are coming, new viruses, new things. You know, the best of doctors, after doing all that study and all that research, could not affect anything in COVID. Even till date, they could not find out what that damn thing is about. So it feels like we have been fooled by science, or we have fooled ourselves in this. There is no solutions to what we are actually looking into. The biggest of cancers and deaths that are happening with the deadliest of disease and all that, science is not able to find a cure. And a person, after doing all the doing this, doing surgery, doing that, doing this therapy, that therapy, everything, finally he is tired and he settles down in nature and he's taking a nap in nature and doesn't know what to do. Let me die in peace in nature, and he goes to some natural gardens and some naturotherapy is going there, and he's sitting and having some mud bath and telling you, at least let me relish and die when I'm dying. I'm fed up with all these toxins that have gone into my body. And that person is under the shade or under the sunlight, having rains and living in the Prithvi Tattva, and seeing, 6 months that person has gone to die there, but that person has become the most healthiest person and come back. What has happened to all the doings? Nothing. But by just being in that nature, healing happened, reset happened, rejuvenation happened by doing nothing, by just being. So I think what I'm trying to tell you, the whole of life is trying to prove this to us, but we are not catching these messages. And it is the same in all the fields, including self-realization. So self-realization is the same concept. You do this, that, learn this, learn that, understand this methodology, that concept, this scripture, this funda, that funda, everything, this claim, that claim, this evidences, this proofs, this studies, research, everything you do to it, and finally you see your state of mind is still that way. All this thing cannot give you. And then you walk into one person sitting in a loin cloth, who's not even there in his physical body. Once upon a time he lived. No sophistication, no education, no knowledge, no prestige, no titles, not even any belongings. Sitting there just in the being and transforming millions of lives. Even after leaving that physical body. What kind of a phenomena is that? The phenomena of being. Doing nothing helps. All the doers, finally when they reach the place of being, they let go of everything and just settle down in that sea, and they find, oh my God, this is here. I've been running, hunting that butterfly, trying to catch it from this bush to that bush, falling, doing all this, perspiring, sweating it out, frustrated, bruised, angry, tired. And while I'm tired, I sit down. I couldn't get the butterfly. And that moment, the butterfly comes and sits on my shoulder. Huh? What is this? Being, the power of being. So, You can see how unpopular this is, this field. You can see here how many people are there here. 30, 40 people who are watching, including the people who will watch it later. Around 150 people watch this every week. Because I come to know because I have not given it everywhere, it doesn't spread. So only the number of people who see it I get. So 150 people approximately watch it, online or offline or whatever. Why? Because only so many people can relate to it. Rest are all in the doing, still struggling with something and something. You tell them it's not, no. It's not possible. You have to do, because we have been told by the world. We have been, whole school, college, parenthood, this childhood, everything has gone in just knowing that, I have to do something. I have to sit and do something. Then only I'll attain something. Strong belief, strong conditioning. Until this is taken out, you cannot proceed an inch in spirituality. Higher spirituality. Spirituality I'll say, no, it's like an entertainment. You will feel entertained. Because the doer likes to be entertained. The doer likes to feel that I have done something. Oh, I have done. I told you, how that doer feels after doing so much. You send a person out, do seva and come. Morning he goes and full day and night, and that person comes back and says, क्या हो गया? बहुत कुछ करना पड़ा आज, बहुत कुछ किया, बहुत कुछ हुआ, सुबह शाम तक. तो कुछ हुआ कि नहीं सका? हो गया यार. वहाँ जाके इतने लोगों को खाना खिलाना था, वो 200 लोग खिलाए. फिर उसके बाद ओल्ड एज होम जाना था, वहाँ पे वो था यार, फिर उनको हो गया, वो सब किया. फिर एनिमल शेल्टर जाना था, वहाँ गए, गायों को चारा खिलाया, कुत्तों को ये खिलाया, वो खिलाया, जो भी अटेंशन देना था दिया. फिर वापस आ रहा था, फिर ऑर्फनेज जाना था, अनाथ बच्चों का वो टॉयज़ वॉयज़ देना था, फिर वहाँ लेके आए, फिर वो सब किया, इतना सब किया. एंड देन आई एम कमिंग एंड सिटिंग. ये सब करके आया आज, मैंने किया. अब कल क्या करना है? करना. अब कल ये करना है, करता. सो देयर इज अ डूअर देयर. रमणा ऑलवेज सेड द डूअर सफर्स ऑलवेज. देखो, उनका जो करना रहता है ना, उसके दैट ब्रिंग्स देम सफरिंग इन सम वे. सो व्हाट इज द रियल डूइंग देन? रियल डूइंग इज इन द बीइंग. When you are being in whatever you do, you are the non-doer. That is what exactly Lord Krishna said, yogaskur karmani. हमेशा योग की स्थिति में रहो. So, I am not saying that don't do seva, but when you are doing seva, that aham should not be there even I am doing, somebody is doing. The feeling is always that something is happening through me, and I gratefully accept it. If my life is for this, something is happening to me. I will never anywhere being close that I have done this to this, I have done that, I took care of this, I took care of. You don't take care of anybody. Nature, Prakriti takes care of itself. Never bring the feeling, मैंने इतना को संभाला, मैंने इसको वो किया उसकी. तुम कुछ नहीं करते हो. फूटे कौड़ी के नहीं है हमारा वर्थ इस दुनिया में. फूटे कौड़ी का नहीं है. करने वाले हम कौन होते हैं? पेरेंट्स से मैंने इतना कुछ किया. क्या किया तुमने? I was once having an argument with my mother, and she told me, तुमको लगता है कुछ नहीं किया? मैंने बोला क्या किया? ओ, उससे ज्यादा ऑफेंस क्या हो सकता है? माता पिता को पूछो क्या किया तुमने? Hell will break loose. ऐसे ही तुम खड़े हो, ऐसे ही तुमको पाल पोछ के बड़ा नहीं, पाल पोछ के तुमने पाल पोछा. It's not that it is disrespect. It is, I wanted to break that ego of that feeling, that strong feeling of I've done this for you. I said, you didn't do anything for me. You did it for yourself, my dear. Oh, how can you say that I did for myself? I did it all for you. Then why are you suffering today so much? If you did it for me, you should be happy. Oh, I did it for him. No, but you are not giving me the returns. What I gave you, you are not even being grateful for it. How can that be? I don't get that attention. I don't deserve this kind of thing. When I gave you all these things. So that means you're telling, you gave this because you wanted attention, you wanted love, you wanted support, you wanted something out of that. I told her, dear mother, dear father, all mothers and fathers produce children because of their own selfish interests. Let me be very clear. No parents will say, oh, let me have a child because some being has to come into this earth and I got to give some push to that, and that soul is supposed to come in and do some good work. So let that soul come into my womb or come into our lives, and let us nourish and cherish that child so that I can, that soul can do something. Nobody thinks that way. After marriage, let's plan for a child. Why? अरे विल प्लान नाउ ओनली. नाउ इफ यू प्लान, देखो तुम जब 40 के हो जाओगे, 50 के हो जाओगे, तो तुम्हारा बच्चा 20 साल का हो जाएगा, तो उसका एजुकेशन हो जाएगा. हाँ, उसमें क्या हो जाएगा फिर? हाँ, फिर एजुकेशन होने के बाद वो ये सेटल हो जाएगा ना लाइफ में. तो सेटल कितने तक? अरे जब तक तुम 50 हो तब तक सेटल होना चाहिए बच्चा. मतलब क्या? 50 के बाद बुढ़ापा आता है ना, या 60 के बाद बुढ़ापा आता है. तो 60 के अंदर बच्चे को अपने कदम पर तैयार करना, क्योंकि उसके बाद मुझे सहारा चाहिए ना, मुझे हेल्प चाहिए. तो बच्चा, व्हाट इज बच्चा? व्हाट? इन्वेस्टमेंट. फ्यूचर रिटर्न्स के लिए इन्वेस्टमेंट चाहिए ना. ये कोई नहीं बोलता, अरे तौहीन माना जाएगा, मार डालेंगे लोग. इफ आई टॉक अबाउट दिस, दे विल चेस मी आउट. ऐसे कैसे तौहीन कर सकते हो? अनग्रेटफुल क्रीचर. आई एम वेरी ग्रेटफुल. I am very grateful, and I am returning the gratitude by awakening your consciousness to tell you, no, you are not the doer. That is how I return my gratitude to you. Repay my karmic debt to you by not keeping you in ignorance. I like to shake you out of that ignorance so that you don't have future more janmas in that karta bhav of I have did this, I did that. Most of us are doing for our own benefit. All the sevas is for our own benefit. What happens if you do seva, if you do any help, if you help somebody? What happens? At the end of the day, you feel good. I helped somebody. किसी का मदद हो गया. किसी का मदद हुआ नहीं है. इफ यू सूक्ष्म तरीके से देखो तो इट विल बी, मेरे वजह से किसी का भला हो गया. वेरी हार्ड टू सी दिस. इवन व्हेन वी से तुम्हारी खुशी में मेरी खुशी है. When I do something good to you or you are happy, I feel happy. No, if you look very sukshma into it, if that person is happy, what happens to you? I feel happy. If that person is sad, what happens to you? I feel sad. So I don't want to feel sad. I want to feel happy. To feel happy, I have to make that person happy. When that person is happy, I get happiness, I'm at peace. And I think it is because of your happiness that I'm happy. No. This is a path of awareness. We have to be aware of every sukshma thing, intention beyond everything. Then we will not do those acts. We will not be motivated. Once the science, it reveals the secrets, you will not do that act again. A parent who has awakened to what I am telling right now and telling you have never done anything. Nature has done through you. If you don't feel the child, if you don't take care of the child, do you think the child is going to die or the whole karma is going to go? No, the child will live through somebody else. उसका बंदोबस्त हुआ है, वो उसका प्रारब्ध है जिसके वजह से वो जी रहा है. In one of my consultation, one of the mother was very upset. My daughter talks to me backhand, she's telling me, back answer, she's telling, you know what, you will shake when I tell. I said, don't worry, I won't shake. I don't do all that boogie woogie dance here. When somebody is telling their stories, I don't dance, I don't shake, don't worry, you tell. You are already shaken, completely shaken. But don't think your story is going to shake everybody around. Ego consciousness is so great, my trauma is so great, it will make you pathetic. इतना दुख है मेरे कहानी में, तो तुम फूट के रो पड़ोगे. अरे किसको लेना है तुम्हारा गार्बेज यार, तुम रोते बैठो अपना गार्बेज. बट दैट अहम विच इज देयर, माय प्रॉब्लम्स इफ आई छलका दूं तो लोग रो पड़ेंगे. मैंने बोला क्या हो गया अम्मा, क्या क्या कर दिया उन्होंने? मेरी बेटी जवाब देती है मुझे, तुमने क्या किया मेरे लिए? आई सेड मैंने ये किया, एजुकेशन किया, तुमको इतना पाल पोस के बड़ा किया, तुमको एक स्तर पर लाके खड़ा किया, तुमको सब सपोर्ट दिया, जब तुमको चाहिए था मैंने दिया. एंड दैट गर्ल सेड, मम्मा ये मेरे प्रारब्ध में था इसलिए हुआ, ठीक है? This lady is telling, do you see what she tell me? I said, wow, who's your daughter? What does she do? Does she do any meditation? She doesn't do anything. Some things she does meditation or I don't know, but she's not like me. I am full time into spirituality. Full time. I do this sadhana in the morning, this sadhana at night. I read this part 3 times a day. And I do that, I do this, I go and attend this seva projects, that community meetings, everything. I am fully engaged. That person doesn't do anything. I said, but that person knows the secret of life. Because she said, it is my prarabdha that is doing, not you. And I said, very true what she said. And she was disappointed because she thought I will clap for her. I didn't clap for her, I clapped for her daughter. I said, perfectly, she has said. It is her prarabdha. That is how we should deal in life. What somebody is getting in life is because of their karmas. It is not because of the people associated with them. And we take the pride, It is because of me I have done this. When I do this for my parents, I have done this for my parents. Because of me they survived. No, if you would have gone out, somebody else would have made it survive. Prakriti hai. Karma agar unka hai survive karna, it will happen through somebody's hands. There are so many जिसका बच्चे ने छोड़ दिया उनको. People have deserted them and somebody has been taken care of in somewhere. Some miraculously something has been taken care of. If it is there in their karma, it will happen. We should not identify that because of me this has happened, because nobody does anything. So what I am trying to tell you are a pitiable nothing in this world, good for nothing. Until this comes into our being, our egos will never be shattered. And until our egos are not shattered, we will never come out of the doership. Until we don't come in from the doership, we will not shift from doing to being. We will not shift from ego consciousness to awareness. Shifting into awareness means this transition. This has to be shattered. So we need to hear this direct. And who will be interested to hear this? Only those who want to realize the self will be interested. Those who want to boost their egos or want to protect their, no, what nonsense this guy is saying. I don't want to listen to all this. What crap is this? The ego is telling, run away or he will or she will kill your ego. Or don't go to this kind of satsangs. Don't read this kind of, you're dangerous. Your ego will be killed. Your identity, your ego will be telling you, अरे सोचो यार, तुम अगर गायब हो गए, तुम्हारा अस्तित्व नहीं रहा तो क्या, तुम कौन हो? कुछ नहीं रहेगा, भागो यहां से, मत लो ये सब, मत पड़ो इन सब झमेलों में. मन बोलता है सही है, सही बोला आपने. आप कितना सोचते हो मेरे लिए? मेरे लिए नहीं, ईगो अपने लिए सोच रहा है. बिकॉज ईगो वांट्स टू बी इनसाइड यू. उसको मालूम है उसकी मौत है. अगर तुमने इस चीज को अपना लिया, it's going to die, and it doesn't want to die. No ego wants to die. No mind wants to die. It wants to claim and claim and claim in that. Who's that? The consciousness can read this. Only if you're in awareness, you will see this game. And then you will tell that ego, just shut up. Listen to what I have to say. Don't command me here. This also I told egoistically. It doesn't happen that way. Because the moment somebody says, shut up, I am bigger than you, it's ego only. Technically speaking. But just to make it little dramatic, I said, the consciousness will never do all that. Consciousness is just pure light. It will just illuminate itself and all the darkness will just vanish. No talks, nothing. It will not even claim that I did this. Being, that is being. When you spread that light of awareness within you and people around you, that's it. You are illuminated. All the darkness will just vanish. The darkness has no speech dialogue. Even the one, this light will have nothing to claim, not even to tell that, I just came here and everything. No. It will not even claim to oneself. That is what Pradeep Ullalji, that master, said once. I read it post, so deeply it was. I often repeat it. He said, Shiva, he was explaining what is Shiva. Where everybody is telling it is that Jatadhari, it is the form and this and that, this colored, that colored. He just said, Shiva is that pure awareness that is so pure that it is not even aware of itself. बोलो इससे आगे क्या है? That awareness is not even aware of its purity. उसको पता, वो प्योरिटी उसको पता ही नहीं कि मैं इतना सात्विक, इतना शुद्ध हूं. चेतना को ही पता नहीं है कि इतना शुद्ध हूं. उतना प्योर है वो. मीन्स देयर इज नो क्लेम कि मैं शुद्ध हूं. वो फीलिंग तक नहीं है. बोलना तो छोड़ो, वो फीलिंग तक नहीं है. विच इज द परफेक्ट एग्जाम्पल ऑफ प्योर शिवा कॉन्शियसनेस, प्योर गॉड कॉन्शियसनेस. That is exactly the miniature form of our soul. Soul का अगर explanation, this is exact. The soul is so pure that it is not even aware of its own purity. When that happens, that's self-realization. It has realized the property of the self, the beingness. So what is this experience? It doesn't talk, doesn't do anything. It is just being. It is just experiencing that space. And Nisargadatta Maharaj's yesterday post, I think I just put it because that was so beautiful, and I thought I can relate that with I put it in today's post image also. I'll just read that. I was seeing about that Ramanas, I didn't get it. He was talking about the subtle centers. It's very nice. Once we just understand that, realize it, it will be easier. See here, Annamalai Swami, what did he say? I just made a small post on that. See what does he say. The path of jnana is exactly what I am talking right now. This is the path of self-inquiry, self-knowledge, self-awareness is path of jnana. The path of self-inquiry is only for those who have little karma left. Those who have still many karmas to undergo cannot follow the path, this path of jnana successfully because they don't have the capacity to be still and quiet. Only those who have learned how to be still can abide in the self. Even the people who sit for 4 hours, 5 hours, or whatever this 6, 7 hours, including me and the people listening to us, are people who can remain still. Because otherwise we want to be doing something. People who are in the doing mode cannot sit still even for these kind of satsangs. You'll say, what the hell is this? Let me do something. I'm not saying everybody will be purely sitting. They might be here because their ears, it's interesting. They want to hear it, but still they will be munching something. Or talking somewhere little. Or बोलते सुनते सुनते मोबाइल भी चलता रहेगा. This also happens, I am aware. Because somewhere you don't want to miss the things, but at the same time you don't want to miss this also. Simultaneously you want that experience and this experience. I don't want to stop eating also. So I might eat a little bit in that also. This is when the being is there, but the doing also is there simultaneously. The being is here with the satsang and the doing is still going on. This doing, that going, talking, eating. It's a mixture because you can't sit still. Those who can't completely be in the stillness. Why I am revealing these things to you? We will figure out where we are on the path. All these in awareness only we should notice ourselves. And then there are few who they sit like this once, they will sit. Not even have a glass of water. Not needed for them. Why? Because they have entered into that stillness, abidance of the self. And when they are in this self state is what I call as awareness. So when you sit in awareness, you are able to listen in awareness, contemplate in awareness, and devour that into your consciousness, make sense of it, and simultaneously have an experience while you listen to it. That is abidance in awareness. That is what I call living in awareness. Otherwise, you are shifting and drifting in awareness. You're listening, you're distracted, you're doing that, you're doing this, something else. It's a distraction. It's not completely being, because क्या हो गया अभी थोड़ा देर पहले किसने क्या डाला, पास्ट, आई एम सीइंग द पास्ट, न्यूज क्या हो गया, आई एम सीइंग दिस, और फ्यूचर, what's yet to come now, what's next, still engaged in what's next. I have to do something for the next, or plan something for the evening. Something for the evening. Wait, one second. I'm listening here. One side. Okay. Evening, what shall we do? Okay, fine. Future, past, and here present. So you are dangling between the three, but it's still better than those who are only in the future and past. They cannot be in the present. So it is still better. But even utmost better than this is who is complete, neither in the past, neither in the future. All these past, future is aside. You are completely in the being right now, in the moment. If you are able to come to that state, Annamalai Swami is talking about this state. That this path is only for those who are able to sit still. And why are they able to sit still? Because most of their karmas have gone off. What is the cause of restlessness? What is the cause of somebody moving from future to past and future to past? Karmas. So when there is a lot of karmas, it will not allow you to be in the being, in the now. It will keep you dangling here and there. It will keep you restless. It will never allow you to settle down. And those whose karmas are reducing, there is nothing that influences them. They can easily sit down and still. For such people, they will find delight in places like Kanjangad, delight in places like Tirunamalai, Arunachala Hill. Nothing to do. Whereas if you have the being and doing both together, then you can be in Arunachala Hill, but you can be doing a lot of things around there. Taking parikramas, walking around there, climbing the hill up and down, going in this cave, coming down, seeing the temple, watching the temple. Wow! The photographs and videos, everything about that place, and the selfies, and all those things that lures. Those are not being. That is not the tattva of Arunachala. Arunachala means silence. You just settle down wherever you are. It's not wrong to do that, but what this shows is there is still a lot of doing in me that is keeping me restless, that is not allowing me to settle somewhere. I got to do something. Lot of doings. We go to Ganeshpuri, we go to any other big temples, we go to Shirdi, or we go to Trambakeshwar, or we go to Kedarnath, we go to all big places. What do we do there? There also just see. First of all, going there is doing only. But again, see the quality. Even after going there, what do you do? It depends on that. If you go there and do something, you are in the doer. If you go there and don't do anything, you are in the being. You go into a temple, Shiva temple or some major big temple, and you are just entering into the, and you are in the now. You don't wait for, अरे लंबी लाइन है गर्भगृह में जाने के लिए, कम से कम 50-60 लोग है, टाइम लगेगा, and then you're standing in the line, it's so hot here and fan blowing and this going, and why is this line not moving fast? अरे you don't have to go in front of the गर्भगृह, and when you're doing the darshan, only that moment आपको still होने की जरूरत नहीं है. That means you are still in the future. You're waiting now, oh कब आएगा, you're still in the future, you're not there. Why not be there? When you enter the temple, enter in sanctity. Settle down in the being. You walk in the being. You sense the energy there. See the consciousness. Be in awareness. People are running, pushing around you. You are just walking. There will be no difference, I'm telling you. I'm telling you this. There will be no difference of experience while you are walking towards the Garbhagriha and while you are in front of the Garbhagriha and having the darshan of the Shivalinga. The experience will be exactly the same. There will be no change like you come there and, oh, you're feeling something. No. It will be same consistent feeling that you are moving in the line, you're seeing that, you're experiencing, and you move out, you're moving out of the temple. You are in that space of awareness. That is being. Doing means struggle, only in front of this, like, oh, worship. Doer mode, doer. Worshipped, the worshipper and the worshipped. Two people. Duality. Still not complete. Only when I see, I will get jitters. अरे क्या फीलिंग था यार वो दर्शन जो, अरे यू शुड सी व्हाट हैपेंड. अरे तो बाकी के, यू मीन टू से दैट इन दैट गर्भरा इन दैट टेम्पल शिवा तत्व इज नॉट देयर? It is there, but you are absent to it. You are only present when you saw it. Why? Because your Panchindriyas are very strong. You need proof that Shiva is there. Only when you see it, you can get that jitters. Non-duality is wherever, however you are moving into a sacred space, you should be able to live in that space. Bask in the glory. That is why I say minimum 3 days wherever you go. Because whatever you are doing and being in that space, you are affected, but you will not get, see the secret I'm telling you. If you go to Tirunamalai, if you go to Kanjangad, if you go to Ganeshpuri and you're moving around, but if you don't move around in awareness, you are not going to benefit. You might benefit when you go into the front of the Samadhi temple of Bhagavan Nityananda, and then you come out, you are like hey हंसी मजाक, एंड देन वो टॉय देखो, ये टॉय देखो, अरे ये प्रसाद, ये इसका टेस्ट अच्छा है, इधर आओ देखो, अरे ये सीडी एक है भगवान का, वो लेते हैं, बुक्स लेते हैं, वो लेते हैं, चलो वहाँ से फिर उधर चलते हैं, समाधि के पास जाके बैठते हैं. वो कौन सा समाधि? अरे शालिग्राम स्वामी जी का. ओके चलते हैं, किधर क्या है, एंड देन वी एंटर देयर. ओह अच्छा ये समाधि है, एंड यहाँ फोटोज है, ओके लेट मी लुक. नॉट कनेक्टेड. इट्स अ साइट सीइंग टूर. लाइक यू वॉच अ म्यूजियम, यू आर वॉचिंग समाधि. ओ ये अच्छा ये समाधि है, चलो ध्यान करते, चलो बैठ के, चलो चलो सब ध्यान लगाते, पद्मासन लगाओ, वो लगाओ, एंड देन यू आर कैचिंग नाउ कनेक्शन. नाउ यू आर इमेजिनिंग वहाँ पे समाधि, एंड देन यू आर कनेक्टिंग फ्रॉम हियर, और यू आर कॉलिंग. मन में शुरू हो, भगवान हमको ये करना है, मुझे ये दे देना, मुझे वो दे देना, मैं ये इसमें अटकाऊँ, उसमें अटकाऊँ, प्लीज़ कृपा करो मेरे पे, प्लीज़ ब्लेसिंग दो मेरे को. utter duality, utter karta, doing. The doer is still present, and you get connected, and then you shake up it, kundalini jagrat ho gayi, energy, kya energy, and all that, and you have all that experience, and then you come and then you put a post. I had this experience there, wonderful experience. You must go to the samadhi, very powerful. Yeah, good. And then you come out and then you are lost again. चलो खाने का टाइम हो गया, क्या मिलता है खाने में, अच्छा ये वो, अच्छा लॉस्ट इन दैट. तो अभी अभी कब खुलता है, नहीं अभी बंद हो गया, अभी अच्छा चलो रेस्ट करते हैं, ओके. देन कभी 4 बजे, 4 बजे अच्छा टाइम है बहुत, देन कुछ बातें करो, ये करो वो करो, अरे मेरे ख्याल से अभी टाइम है, चलो वहाँ घूम के आते हैं, वो मंदिर एक देख के आते हैं, चलो 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 गए मंदिर, साइट सीइंग. इट इज नॉट पाथ ऑफ अवेयरनेस. There is a very big difference when you do that kind of a travel and what I am trying to tell you. That is why I say go alone. When you go alone, you will be completely burst in that spirit, because there is nothing to do, there is no one to communicate, nothing, and you are just moving in that space, and you are in awareness. You are aware of what the energy is doing to your koshas, to your body. You are not reacting, you are not asking also, you are not saying Ramana give me this, or Sheshadri Swami will give me that, or you are going to the hill and saying, oh he'll do this, or you are going to Bhagavan Nityananda's Samadhi there and saying something, or you are going to Kanjangad caves and sitting there and saying, oh let the energy come into me and let me feel all this. Even when you are not in the cave, when you are walking outside, you should be walking in awareness. That can happen in silence, when you are in silence. And I am telling you, if you can be just 3 days in that moment of awareness alone, and walk, talk, live, eat in awareness, I'll assure you, your complete trip will be transformed. You will be transformed, and when you come back, you will not feel like talking also. That experience will be in you for days together. The true experience of that consciousness. मतलब वो consciousness का प्रभाव पड़ गया तुम पे. You could not escape that power of that consciousness. Otherwise, if you will come back as a doer, if you do a lot of things, then you will come back and you can boast about it. Okay, I did this, I did that, we went there, did ये हो गया, वो हो गया, all those things, and feel good, like एक trip अच्छा हो गया, बहुत अच्छा था जगह, very nice. Consciousness थोड़ा बहुत affect हुआ, ठीक है. So what I'm trying to tell you is, the quantity and the quality of consciousness that you can impact depends on your intention of shifting into awareness. How much of percentage you shift, how many times do you drift, and how many times you can pull back to that and try to live in awareness. That affects your consciousness when you go to such places. Do it and see. That's what I'm telling you. I can assure you of change. I have experienced it. I know. I'm talking with full conviction. What it has done to my consciousness, I cannot tell you. So I'm trying to share those secrets with you. But don't go it with a large group and all that. Even in group, if you can be alone, great. Means even in group, if you are 5 people, 6 people, because most of the people who write to me are like 5, 6 people, 10 people, 3 people. So even if you are in a group, you can still choose to be in silence. Even when I'm with my friends, I do that. You can choose to be in your space of awareness. You are in the crowd. Bheed may be tanha. You should be like that song. I don't remember which film. आईने के 100 टुकड़े करके हमने देखे हैं, एक में भी तन्हा थे, 100 में भी अकेले हैं, 100 में भी अकेले हैं. So beautiful it is. I shattered the mirror and then I observed that in that one mirror also I was alone, and on all that 100 pieces of the mirror also I was still alone. Aloneness doesn't come by being alone. So many people have that, if I stay separate, if I stay single, if I don't mingle and I'm not in the crowd, I cannot be. No, you can be in the crowd. Because even if you go alone and you go into that Arunachaleshwara temple or some big temple like Chidambaram and all that, there's hundreds and thousands of people there. You cannot really be alone. So there also technically you are with hundreds of people. But you must learn the art of being alone. How can you be alone? Just if you be in awareness, you become alone. Simple hai. Nothing to do. Shift into awareness, be in awareness, khatam. Automatically you will go into silence, you will go not feel like talking. You will be just in a different contemplating mood. Something keeps happening to your consciousness. And you are just aware of it. You are not even judging that. क्या हो रहा है मेरे साथ? ये एनर्जी यहाँ क्यों दौड़ रही है? अरे मुझे कुछ यहाँ फील हो रहा है. No. Whatever happens, you are least bothered. No one to claim it. You are just experiencing it. That's the beauty if you can do that. So this is being. 2 hours I spoke about what is not being, and after that almost 1 hour I am talking about what is being. I'll read that Nisargadatta Maharaj's text which I put in today's post. That's very important for you to understand what is awareness and consciousness, because many are confused in this. They say it is the same, consciousness is the same, no, it's not the same. I'll tell you in depth, but you will love it if you understand it. It will help you unfold your own journey even much more better. I got that Ramana's post. So here it is. So I think you have seen this already. So it says, the 6 subtle centers, that is the chakras, are merely mental pictures and are meant for beginners in yoga, Ramana says. Knowledge of the self, which knows all, is knowledge in perfection. He says that is the ultimate knowledge, knowledge of the self, not the knowledge of all these chakras and centers and about anything else. He says they are just mental pictures. They are there, those centers are there, but you have to bring it in your mind and then you have to imagine, visualize and do all these things. So what I am trying to say is, when you imagine or visualize anything in your mind and you are doing a certain practice, you are still in the mind. Your mind is ego consciousness. Mind is where the karta also happens. If you are in the mind, operating from the mind and ego consciousness, 100% there will be karta. There will be like, oh, this is center, I have to pull my energy from here to there, I have to do this, move here, move that. The karta will be there because the mind is there. When you move away from the mind, awareness, you go beyond all these 5 bodies, beyond the chakras, beyond the nadis, beyond even karmic stuff. Where do you go? You straight go into the Anandamaya Kosha. You are not talking about Stula Sharira, Annamaya Kosha. You are not talking about Pranamaya Kosha. Not talking about, not even feeling your Manomaya Kosha. Not feeling your Jnanamaya Kosha. Straight you are only in the Anandamaya Kosha. That is the Ananda Kosha. That is the self. That is the pure soul consciousness. Who you really are is Anandamaya Kosha. Anandamaya Kosha, why? It gives Ananda, bliss. When you are in Anandamaya Kosha only, you can be in that state of Sat Chit. That is why Ananda comes there. Anandamaya Kosha comes from the Ananda that you get when you are in that experience of the Sat, experiencing through the Chit. Sat Chit, you get that Ananda. That is Anandamaya Kosha. But what do? We try to go to the physical body, we cleanse the physical body, we cleanse all these bodies, and slowly we try to achieve that which we already are. Ramana says, you are Anandamaya Kosha. See, one more beauty, I was shocked to hear this, but it's so much truth. Ramana is very to the core. To the core. I am not comparing it to him with anyone. I am telling that is the eternal truth. Where we are supposed to reach is what he is directly talking. And he is no time for anything else. He is no nonsense person. Straight he'll talk only one about the self. You talk any concept, anything, he'll tell it is self only. You talk about this God, that he'll say that is self. You talk about Guru and whatever, that is nothing but the self. You talk about your soul consciousness, he'll say is nothing but that self, pure consciousness. You talk about God, he'll say it is self. Because that is the ultimate truth is. There is nothing around apart from self or the God consciousness. And all our Shastras tell the same. All our paths tell the same. That there is nothing but only that pure God consciousness everywhere. So he is directly introducing that. In fact, the Tripura Rahasya, which talks about the three states of consciousness, the Jagrita Avastha, the Swapna Avastha, and the Sushupti Avastha. Jagrit is the awakening state, Swapna is the dream state, and Sushupti is the deep sleep state, which is what we call as Tandra or Yog Nidra or Samadhi or Turiya. Entering that Turiya. And now the scriptural text says you have to transcend the three states and go into the fourth state. Fourth state is the Turiya state, where there is no awareness of anything, any of this. Neither sleep, neither awakeness, neither Sushupti, like deep sleep. It is beyond that. Turiya means complete stillness, complete nothingness, experience of nothing. Turiya. And then it is said, you have to, if you want to know the self, because many schools stop there in the Turiya. They feel that Turiya is everything, that is the self. No, it is not the self. Even going beyond that Turiya, that is Turiya Tita, that is self. This is what has been taught by all the Shastras, including Tripura Rahasya. Turiyatit, when you go only, you can experience that self which is pure awareness. You are not even aware of that kind of awareness. Complete dissolution. That is moksha. Complete dissolution. Turiyatit, beyond Turiya is moksha. You are one with everything and it's like omnipresent. You are merged into the source. Turiyatit. But you know what Ramana says for this also? I was amazed. He said there is no Turiya state. There are three states: Jagrita Avastha, Swapna Avastha, and Sushupti Avastha, which every human being lives in, but there is no Turiya, he says. I was wondering how there is no Turiya. Then he said, you are Turiya. You are already in that state of Turiya, but due to your other ego-ness and that I-ness and doership and all that, you live in Jagrita, Swapna, Sushupti. Your experiences are moving due to the Karta in this. But you are actually the Turiya. You are actually that self. See, so beautiful. He says there is no Turiya. You are Turiya. That is your real state. But in ignorance, you are moving in these three states. So if you want to discard these three states and go beyond, which is Tripura Rahasya, then all that we need to do is abide in the self, he says. When you go into the self, you are in Turiya. So beautiful and so simple. It might not be as simple as it seems, but again, the doers cannot do this because there is lot. What they will try to do is they will try to become silent. They will try to shut down this and that, there is still a lot of doing. So it doesn't happen. So they cannot still down. Many people try to become silent, try to become still, they cannot. They will never succeed. The path of awareness is that you cannot do, you have to shift. It's just a switch. You leave the ego consciousness, move into that state of awareness, you are gone there. Which is what he says is Turiya. With more repeated experience and deeper, higher experiences, you are able to abide in that Turiya, which is you, he says. Very deep. See, another that he says is mind controlled, all else is controlled. He says if you control your mind, everything gets controlled. The mind itself is the life current. The ignorant says that it is in the form that looks like a coiled serpent. So he says the mind, when it is controlled, it is everything, everything else is controlled. That mind itself is that life current. Life current means what? Kundalini Shakti is talking about. Mind force, that force itself is the Kundalini Shakti. And he says, the ignorant says that it looks like a coiled serpent. So you give any theory to it. It looks here, it looks that way, it is 3.5, what you call, circled and standing there, sitting. Who has seen a snake? Who has experienced a snake down there? Have you experienced? They are all symbolic expressions, my dear ones. The snake is only a symbolic expression of the force. Where is the force actually? He says that mind is your force. The moment you have mind, you have Kundalini, you have Jagrita, you have Sushupti, you have Swapna, you have Chakras, you have Nadis, you have Sushumna, you have what you call Mahakundalini. All this, where it is? In your mind. So he says mind is everything. When the mind ceases, do you have all these experiences? When you are in deep samadhi, if you have ever been in stillness, can you remember Kundalini there? Can you remember chakras there? Nothing will happen. All this is gone. Concepts, everything is gone into that stillness. So this is all true, but it is for the people who are studying in school and want to step up, because they cannot. There's so much of doership, so much of karma, that they need this help. I've been there. I cannot blame. I'm very grateful to all my paths. All the paths that I've taken from childhood, including Christianity. Because of these only, it reached me where I am today, where I can realize these things today very clearly. If not for that, I wouldn't have come directly here. So we must be grateful, but we cannot stop there saying that this is it. That's what I'm trying to say. You keep moving, you keep evolving, you keep deeper, you be inquisitive in understanding. Don't settle down with, okay, this is it. कुछ हो रहा है, हो रहा है. Somebody had assured me, आप करते रहो, यही करते रहो, कुछ होगा. Then you will be in the hope, and after 5 years you will question, the same mind will question, क्या हुआ भाई, 5 साल हो गए, क्या हो गया? Then you will be confused. Am I on the right track? Did I do the right thing? You did the right thing. Nobody has done a wrong thing, because your soul will guide you to all the paths. But if you are in abundance of the soul, it will remind you that you need to evolve. You need to go beyond all this also. You need to go beyond the paths, beyond the concepts, beyond all these things. You have to let go of all duality. All the things that are binding you, it has to be let go. You cannot completely be free otherwise. Very difficult. Oh, I was reading actually Nisargadatta Maharaj's. Today what I put, See, so beautifully he says, now if you are attentive and in awareness, you will get what I am trying to tell you. These are the secrets of your soul. This is how you actually realize what these things are. I get mails when people writing to me, 4 hours is too high here. 3-4 hours, who's going to sit? And we cannot sit for that long. But at the same time, we can't miss also. What a dilemma you are putting us in. So I watch it in bits, somebody says. Sometimes I watch little in the morning, sometimes at night, but I can't leave it. Everything I watch, every bit of it. So, but it's too hectic. Can I request you something? I say what? Can you make it short? Short means how much? 1 hour? We want shortcuts in this also. Even in 4 hours, you don't know what I'm revealing. It's like a lifelong stuff that is compacted into one 4 hour session or 5 hour session, which is so minute. The diversity, if you see, the hugeness, if you see, it is so much. And now we want to chip that and make it to 1 hour. Then this is not your path yet. You wait. Because there are a lot of other things you got to attend to. There's so many other things, and you say, this is not my priority right now. I cannot be in this, yaar. Come on, yaar. You don't have any work. 4 hours you're sitting. We have other things to do also. How can you expect us to sit for 4 hours and do nothing? No, I didn't expect you. I do adore and respect your work, but please go and do that work. See how much you can. That's not a problem. If your soul is ready, it will just sit and absorb. As simple as that. There is all this is a mind's play that we cannot do and all that. We cannot do. See that word. If you are in the doer mode, it's very difficult to sit. Very difficult to even understand. It will take like a lot of time. So it is what happens is the mind is feeling entertained. Something new I'm hearing. Something nice I'm hearing. This relates to my soul, I'm understanding this. Then you try to capture it through the mind. You make notes on it. Okay. Many people say, I make notes of your. I say, why do you want to make notes? Oh no, I might not forget it so that I can practice it later. See, practice it later. Doership. Why writing it down? Doership. Not that I'm condemning, don't do and all. Do it if you want. But what I'm trying to say is, there is one more way to superiorly grasp it. If you be there and listen in apt awareness, close your eyes and even listen to the consciousness, that because this is not this being that is talking, okay, this is not somebody who's giving gyan here. This is consciousness flowing through and coming. You just tap into that dimension of space, and it's like a poking a space and everything floods down. So where it is working, it's a consciousness that will. So if you got to tap in consciousness, you got to be in the consciousness state. Only through consciousness and it is not filling the minds. Notes and all that are mind stuff. What I am talking is consciousness. So if you take it through consciousness, whatever has to happen in the consciousness will happen without you even thinking about it. You don't have to do anything there. You have to just be. That is exactly what I am saying right now. Nisargadatta Maharaj says, consciousness is a reflection of the absolute. What is absolute? Absolute means supreme. That is how they call it. The great scriptures talk about what I am saying, like Shiva consciousness, supreme consciousness, or God consciousness, the ultimatum. That is called as the absolute. Absolute मतलब उसके आगे कुछ है ही नहीं. It's the absolute. Such, the truth. The Sat. The Sat is being referred to as absolute. So he says, consciousness is a reflection of the absolute against the surface of matter, bringing about a sense of duality. So if you understand this, you will come to know where are you getting this dual experience. If I am Satchit, if I am the self, what Ramana says, you are already realized, then why am I experiencing duality in my life? If I am that consciousness, everything should be just one. Why am I seeing things different? Different names, different religions, different people, different objects. Why? Where? Because of the duality. Where is the duality coming from? That is what Nisargadatta Maharaj is telling. See, that's so deep. I can talk on this one quote for hours. He says, consciousness is a reflection of the absolute against the surface of matter, bringing about a sense of duality. So the sense of duality comes when the consciousness is reflected on a matter. I'll give you a very good example of how this is. Take for example the sun. The sunlight is consciousness, okay? It's spreading everywhere in that universe. Everywhere it's going out. Now, duality is not there in that sunlight. It's just going out in the vast space. But suddenly, earth is illuminated. Earth becomes illuminated by the sunlight. Pluto, Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, they are all shining now. Because sunlight is falling on them, even the moon is shining, sunlight is falling on them, and due to the light, now it is visible. Imagine there was no sunlight. Would the earth be visible, or would nothing would be visible? It would be just pitch dark. You cannot see where the planets are. Because sunlight is there, now what is happening? The object is there. Earth is an object. The matter, what are you saying? The matter. Now the sunlight is going and hitting this, and this is getting illumined. Suddenly you know that, oh, earth is there. Why? Because of the sunlight. So he says that only. Consciousness is a reflection of the absolute. Consciousness is the sunlight. Absolute is the sun, you can say. The supreme God. So the consciousness that is coming in, and when it is reflecting on that, that reflection creates this sense of duality. Suddenly you feel sun is different, earth is different. Are you seeing that? Now, if there was no sunlight, everything is merged into the darkness. There is no separatedness. You don't know where the earth is, you don't know where the sun is. Non-duality. All looks one. One big ball of, or sphere of darkness. That is exactly how nothingness is. When there was nothing in the universe, this is how it was. Nothing. Suddenly the Srishti came into being, the Bindu, the spot of light, and from there everything opened up. The Big Bang theory. Light came and there was an explosion and everything came. What is that everything that comes? The light is that consciousness. Suddenly light came in, and everything, that pieces that came out, the Mahameru that you see, all the dimension that formed, that was the objects. Now this consciousness, this light is reflecting all the dimension, and suddenly they appear all separate. Third dimension, fourth dimension, fifth dimension, this planet, that galaxy, this star. Are you seeing? Everything is looking different because of the light of that consciousness. Duality is born. Till then there is no duality. It's much more deeper, right? It's not at this level. I'll go a little more. If you can catch it, if you're in awareness, you will catch it, because your consciousness can catch it, your mind will not be able to catch it. Now he says, what is awareness? He says, awareness becomes consciousness only when it has an object to reflect against. So what he is saying is, awareness has become now consciousness. Awareness means what? The sunlight. That's the awareness. You can. I'll go much deeper. It is the sunlight that is going. The moment it touches the earth, earth becomes conscious object. That is consciousness. Now that is unconscious. Till now it was unconscious. It was not there in the consciousness. It was only pure awareness. That nothingness was just pure. Even if there is sunlight and there are no planets, let's say no planets are there, only sunlight is there. So everywhere where sunlight is going. Only when an object like a meteorite or a comet comes into that beam, what happens is, in the darkness, because of the light, that is illuminated. I'll tell you how. See, there is sunlight in the galaxy, but can you see the light? You see any pictures in the galaxy, in the universe, it is all dark. Dark. You can see all stars, dot. You can see one planet here, one planet, some galaxy there. Then one meteorite is going like this, or one comet is moving. But when it is moving, it is a white something that is moving. Star is a white speck or a silver speck. Planet is a certain ball of light. But can you see light? You cannot see sunlight. If you could see sunlight, it would have been bright everywhere. Is it bright everywhere? No, there is darkness. If there is darkness, can you say there is no sunlight? There is sunlight. That is why you are seeing the earth. That sunlight is reaching the earth. But you will say, between the sun and between the earth, there is darkness. How is that possible? If light is there, I should see light going, right? I can't see light. It's all darkness everywhere around the sun. This is just a glowing ball of light. But the difference between the earth and this, complete darkness, then only I can see an illuminated earth. Means the light has gone and touched the earth. Then it illuminates. But what is this? Why it is not illuminated? Because this is space, Akash Tattva. There is no object inside this, so nothing can illuminate it. But there is light moving all the time. Now let us say sun is here and earth is here and the light is moving. Now a comet comes in picture. It's moving like this. A comet is moving or a meteorite is moving like this. What will happen? In the darkness, suddenly you will see some white or some object moving. Can you see it? In the darkness, that light. Why? Because the moment an object came into darkness, it became conscious and light. What Nisar Dutt Tumhara, see how deep it is. He is saying this is awareness, that light which is darkness, which cannot be seen. It cannot be described. Can you describe the sunlight in the darkness? You cannot. You can describe the sun, but you cannot describe the sunlight. He said that is awareness, pure awareness, which has no quality. But the moment an object comes into that, that awareness which is there becomes consciousness. That whatever object is now seen is consciousness. Awareness is not consciousness. Awareness is you are in awareness, state of awareness. Now, I'll go deeper in your same science. You are sitting in awareness and there is stillness, nothingness, everything is there. Okay, you are in blank state. One thought comes. Now that is an object in your awareness. The moment the thought comes like a meteorite, you catch the thought and you say, oh, 4 o'clock I have to go out today. That's a thought that came. Awareness was pure, nothing was there, nothingness. Suddenly a thought came, I have to go out. Now what has happened? Yet awareness has become conscious of that thought. Same awareness became conscious of that thought. So, indirectly speaking, what is your consciousness is that awareness only, but when you become aware of something, some object, that turns into consciousness. You become aware of your soul. Your soul also is an object in that pure awareness. So that soul consciousness is what you call an experience as soul consciousness. Till there it is blank. The mind, the moment the mind comes into awareness, the mind jagrit ho gaya. You can see the contents of the mind. Anything, even a thought is treated as an object. So if there is no thoughts, what happens? It's pure blank dullness. But is that dullness, nothingness, empty? No. There is awareness of this light, but it looks like nothingness. Light is there, the illumination of light. That awareness is the Sat, the soul that you are. That is why we say you are nothing but pure awareness. We cannot even call it you are pure conscious. Conscious means something has come into that awareness and you become conscious. So, see, it is one more step behind that consciousness. When you are not conscious of anything, like the mind, like a thought, like even of yourself, I am meditating, that also is consciousness. That awareness is now reading that I am sitting in meditation. It has become conscious. Even when that thought goes, that consciousness completely goes, then you are only in awareness. There is no, that is why that Mahatma said, Shiva is in that pure state that the Shiva himself is not aware of its own purity. If the Shiva becomes aware, I am a pure being, it has become conscious. The thought or the feeling is an object. Even a feeling is an object. And the moment that feeling comes, it becomes aware. It becomes conscious. The awareness makes it conscious and then you become conscious. I am a pure being. When you feel that I am a pure being, I am this soul, that is all consciousness, because your awareness is becoming conscious of that concept or whatever, that feeling or experience. So that is what we call my consciousness. See, two words, my consciousness, your consciousness. That means still Dvait is there. Whom does the consciousness belong? To you. Who is that you? Awareness. Aware is non-dual. There is no duality. You can say my consciousness, me and my consciousness. Who am I? Awareness. Without consciousness, I am pure awareness. That is the Sat. Awareness is the Sat. Consciousness is Chit. The moment this Sat becomes aware of my Shakti consciousness, the moment the Sat becomes aware of myself, that I am the Sat, it is consciousness. That is exactly what Sat or the Sat Purush or Shiva is. He is in that pure, just consciousness, just a witnesser of that light in nothingness. But if he wants to experience a world, the creation has to happen. That is when the light came in, and then the Srishti, and they say Shiva is experiencing this world. Srishti, yes. That pure awareness is experiencing this Srishti through the it is becoming aware of everything. So it is using the consciousness. The moment it becomes aware of any Srishti apart from itself, duality begins. There is a Sat and there is an experienced, the experiencer and the experienced. And then that experience is, through what is that experience coming? Through consciousness. That is what they call Chit. So can you see Sat and Chit are together? The Sat is experiencing anything and everything through this consciousness. In this field of consciousness, the whole Srishti is. You, me, everything. All the spaces, everything that is created, the infinite, everything is in the consciousness. And the Sat is becoming aware of everything through this consciousness. Now let's say it doesn't want to become aware, or it's not aware. When it's not aware, it is just its pure being. There is no consciousness. That happens only when the whole pralaya happens and everything is withdrawn back to nothingness. So when everything is withdrawn, the pralaya happens and everything is so-called destroyed or pulled back into that, vacuumed into that nothingness. Everything is gone. Then there is nothing to reflect, no object to reflect. So there is no experience. There is no consciousness. It returns into that Sat. Just the Sat, the pure awareness. The moment creation has to happen, it has to happen through the Chit, that energy and that consciousness. Every creation it has to realize. I don't know if you have got this, but it's a very, very deep, deep. And this I haven't read it anywhere. But when I was contemplating on these, and not just him, I was contemplating on one of the Advaita philosophy from one Upanishad in which this was going on. And this was giving me this realization automatically from within, what I am trying to explain here. Even the concept of Satchit I have not read. What I explained in Tiruvannamalai, it was just spontaneously coming. Who's that Satpurushan? Who's this? What is the experience happening? And yesterday, day for yesterday, when I read this Nisargadatta Maharaj, I said, this is so perfectly he has explained it. So beautifully he has explained it. And so deep. That's why I said, these people who what they talk is not just mere words. It was a very long post. I just cut it short. See, I'll read it again. He says, now you'll be able to understand. Consciousness is a reflection of the Absolute, the God, against the surface of matter. So, anything that comes into his experience, that creates the matter, which brings about a sense of duality, that I explained to you. Then he says, awareness becomes consciousness only when it has an object to reflect against. So awareness is pure awareness until something happens in its vicinity, some object comes, be it a thought, feeling, whatever. The moment it comes, your awareness only becomes conscious of it suddenly. Like the sun is there and something moving in the space, it just comes, it becomes aware of it, illumined. If there is nothing moving in that space, there is consciousness, but there is nothing moving. So the consciousness cannot catch anything. There is no experience. Like there is sunlight, but you cannot see the sunlight. Only you will know there is sunlight, there is an existence when some object, when a comet or a planet comes into it, then you will know, oh, there is light here. Till then I didn't know. So the awareness is like that. He says awareness becomes consciousness only when it has an object to reflect. Means whenever there is anything happening in there, in your consciousness that comes, you reflect and that you become conscious of that. So if everything vanishes from your consciousness, then you are only pure awareness, not experiencing anything. And then he says reflection of a sun. See, reflection of the sun in a drop of dew is not the sun. That's what he ends with. Reflection of the sun in एक बूंद, ओस की बूंद में जो सूर्य की किरणें आपको दिख रहा है, that is not the sun. That is a reflection of that sun. So beautifully he has said it. Now he says, where is liberation for the reflection? Where is karma and rebirth for the reflection? What he's saying, see, in that drop of dew, you can see the sunlight, reflection of the sunlight. It is not the sun. He says, where is moksha? Where is karma? Where is rebirth and all to this reflection? It doesn't exist at all. What he is trying to say is, you are that soul, that reflection of that supreme consciousness. You actually have no birth, no rebirth, no liberation. You read the Nirvana Shatakam, you will come to know of Adi Shankaracharya. As you have no birth, no existence, you have no parents, you have no foes, you have no enemies, you have no beings with you, you have no relatives, you have no God, you have no guru, you have no disciple, you have nothing. Nirvana Shatakam, read it, you will come to know. All this is non-existent in that state. Nothing exists there. Only when something comes into your consciousness. See, there also, if you are pure awareness, there is no guru also there. In that state, there is no guru. But let's say a thought or a feeling or a being or a physical being of the guru comes into that space, suddenly it becomes illumined, and then you are conscious of the guru consciousness. Till then, it's not there. Only when you allow that object, feeling, thing, person, name, identity to come into your space of awareness, you become conscious of it, and then it becomes alive for you. Then it gives rise to duality. There is the guru, here I am, then I now need to connect to that. But if you have understood the whole concept of awareness, this is nothing for you, it's just a drama. It's just a reflection thing, that it's just a perception. It just came into your consciousness, and now you are believing that to be true. It's not true. Only the light is reflecting that thing back. That is what Ramana said. There is no difference between you, Guru, and self and God. Self, God, and Guru are the same. That is a means same what? Awareness. They are all pure awareness. But when you become conscious of the Guru, it is called Guru consciousness. You call it Guru Tattva, Guru consciousness. When you become aware of that God Tattva, you call it God consciousness. That is where you give the name also to the God consciousness. Shiva consciousness, your identity, it's a reflection, but it's not the pure state of awareness. Awareness has nothing to do even with God consciousness or Guru consciousness, nothing, even no description also. It is just as it is, pure being, and that is what you are, is what all these texts of Ramana, Nisargadatta Maharaj explains. You are that, and that is what they say. I am that, I am. Aham Brahmasmi is this. But Aham Brahmasmi is still not the final. If you see this, Aham Brahmasmi is still the consciousness, that experience. I am that I am. I am none but God. There are still two there. There is the awareness which has become conscious of that I am that consciousness. I am Brahman. There is an identification. There are two there. I am that. But when that feeling becomes one and experience becomes one, I am that, even the speech will go. There will be nobody to claim I am that. There will be nobody to say Aham Brahmasmi. There will be no one to say Tattvamasi. It is just a feeling, and feeling also is not an acknowledgement at all. It's just a knowingness. That's all. There's nothing else. Apart from that knowingness, if something, even feeling comes, Dvait. Two has become. I am here, Brahma is there. And I am merging with that. There are two all dramas going on. See how deep it is. How deep these things are. If you want to experience this, go to Tiruvannamalai. All these deeper truths will be revealed to you, because that is Shiva himself. That That now when I say Shiva himself, I don't think that that person is sitting inside the hill or on top of the hill. That's all your mind games. Shiva himself means this pure consciousness, which I am calling as God consciousness, that when it turns into light, see, the nothingness में जब light आता है, there is still Dvat. This being, the Satpurush, is experiencing the light too. So even that pillar of light, which is Arunachala hill, which took form of the Shiva consciousness in the Jyotir form of Agni. That Agni also is still a gross form of the nothingness. It has still taken a form, one step down. And as the gross consciousness becomes grosser and grosser, it takes more and more gross forms. See, from light cannot be touched. It can be only seen and felt. That was actually in the Satyuga, that Arunachala hill was just a pillar of light. It was beaming light, which has taken a form. And slowly that form becomes more condensed and more grosser. Dwapar Yuga, it turned into crust of emeralds and all the very high vibration. Emeralds, diamonds are all very high vibrating material. It is still the mineral, highest, but it has taken a form. Light took a form. Then another Yuga, Treta Yuga, that turns again more into. What did I miss? I'm off my mind now. From that emeralds, it turned into gold. Treta Yuga. Now, one step down from emeralds, emerald is very high vibrating frequencies. You step that little more down, gold is a metal, it became a more solid metal, grosser, but it still, gold is the highest vibrating metal among all other metals. Like iron, it is completely opposite. Very good conductor of heat and electricity, and it can easily move through. Energy can move through gold, but not through iron. One of the highest in the metals. It became solid gold. Treta Yuga. That again, as the consciousness went down of the whole consciousness, that same gold of hill turned into more grosser rock and mud, which is what it is right now there. So it is a transformation of light going through different phases. Now if you increase the vibration of this mud and stone, it will take the frequency of gold. That is what I said in Pardeshwar Linga. It turns into gold, means a higher vibrating material. So this Arunachala hill becomes actually gold if you transcend, if you the energy and vibration is raised. Just technically speaking. And if you raise it further, it goes to the vibration of changing into diamonds and emeralds. And if you change that still more further and vibrate higher and higher, that converts into light. This is exactly what Sajiva Samadhi happens, where so many Siddhas and so many Avdutas and so many mystics have left their body by turning into light. What happens? Same principle. The Stula Sharira is vibrate, Ramalinga Swami he begins vibrating. And suddenly you see this vibrates and becomes like a solid material of higher frequency. It changes its form. And then you vibrate higher and higher, it turns into light, pure light. And from that pure light, it disappears. That is where the pillar of thing also, just if it is raised still more further, it disappears into that supreme awareness. It has gone into awareness. That is how all this doing and undoing also happens. The pralay, what is pralay? Nothing, the same, everything, transmutation happening, energy raising, everything just dissolves and it turns into light and boom, everything is gone back to source. So there is not destruction actually. It is just the unwinding of these only. The same awareness objectifying into materials and things of grosser consciousness. Till it comes to the grossest Kali Yuga, then it returns back everything into form. So this is the repeated cycle that keeps on happening. So if you are not interested in this play, and if you are getting too much stuck up in this, so I say, yugas will come, yugas will go. What is there today will be there tomorrow. There is nothing that you and me come and do in this world. We feel the doer, the me, have come and helped this world, served this world, made a difference to this world. कुछ भी नहीं किया, एक फ्रैक्शन भी आपका कुछ नहीं फर्क पड़ा, और आप नहीं आए तो भी युगा बदलेगा. ये कलयुग में आप नहीं आए और आप किसी को एनलाइटन नहीं किए, अगर मैं यहाँ बैठ के भाषण नहीं दिया तो भी दुनिया चलेगा, तो भी आप एनलाइटन हो गए. देयर इज नो वे that only one person is going to do it. No, nobody to do it. If not this, it will happen through somewhere, but it will happen because this is the play of consciousness. But if I sit here telling that because I took this session, so many people got enlightened, gaya. It is my false feeling. कल किसी ने गाली दिया, then the same doer will get affected. Oh, देखो मैंने इतना किया और उसने ऐसा बोला. Swami Anubhavananda says very beautiful. I love him. He says only one thing. What is the purpose of this life? Why? What are you doing in this world? What have you come from? Where have you come from and what are you doing here? He says, time pass. People asked him, what is your purpose now? You are a Swami and you are doing this. What is your role in this humanity? He says, my role is time pass. I sit here and do time pass. Because I chose to take a human body, I have nothing else to do, I do time pass. I pass my time doing this play. It's a play. I am just playing around with life. And whether I play around, I don't play. If I refuse to play also, life is not going to stop. It will continue the way it is. I am just a speck in that ocean being carried away by that rivers. I don't know. So while I am going in the river, I am enjoying the ride till I go into the ocean. So I am water. Whether I be in a pond or a lake or in rainfall or in rivers or end up in the ocean, I will still be water. I might be identified as a long wave, short wave, big wave, broad wave, yellow wave, green wave, powerful wave, tiny wave, powerless wave, no wave, high tide, low tide. All that I may be identified. But does that not make me water? If I even in high tide, I am still water. In a low wave, I am still water. I go into the gutter, I am still water. I get evaporated by sunlight, I am still water, vapor in that form, in the clouds. From the clouds, it squeezes me down into the rain. I am not rainfall, I am water. So beautifully explains. So what is your astitva? He says, this is my astitva, my being. So while I am being in this universe, it's a time pass. I have nothing else to do but pass my time here. I cannot even say, let me pass my time doing this activity, doing sattvic activity. That is all my mind game. You do sattvic or you do rajasic or you do tamasic. It will not affect life is what I am trying to tell you. The day this becomes very clear to us that we don't affect anybody, even if somebody affects due to us, some play of consciousness is doing through us. That's all. That is my astitva. If I am serving somebody, that person whom I am serving has a strong prarabdha to get help from whom? You will say from me. No. That prarabdha, that person is to get help from the cosmos. The cosmos works through me. Whose choice? Cosmos. I don't have a choice. Do you have a choice that you are here, you are doing this path, you are doing this, doing that? You don't have a choice if you see very carefully. You don't even have a choice birth. You can say, I chose my birth, my womb, and everything. But where did that I come from? The one who chose this birth. What made you choose that? You will have no answer. You might say, I chose this part of the world to come into, or these parents to be into. Why did you choose? You might say karma varma. Where did that karma come from? What influenced you? You will have no answer if you go in depth into it. There is no answer to most of the things. You are just a speck of awareness, moving fast through this play of consciousness, and got stuck up with the identities. Now, if you are fed up with the identities and the dramas and the tosses and pulls, the only option is to return to the source. When do you return to the source? When you don't do anything. When you do everything, you go away from the source. When you do, you are moving away from the source because you are gravitating down towards more births, more creations. When you don't do anything, you let loose, you are on autopilot going back. That is what the state of beingness is. Okay, I didn't watch your messages. Poonam Kapoor, so true. God is always far off. Reaching Him needs all the purity. No, you didn't get it right. Where is that God who's far off? You are God. That's what I'm trying to explain in this whole thing. I don't know if you said this earlier. After that, I explained a lot. There is no one to attain, there is no one to reach. That is where our suffering comes from, where we feel God is somewhere and we need to reach Him. God, you are God. You just need to realize that you are God. That realization is called self-realization. Bhaiya, why religions do not convey that God and we are one? Because religion is duality. If you see very closely, even the one who has created religions or the people who are caretakers of religion do not have non-dual experience. तो जो उनके पास नहीं है वो कैसे बताएंगे? जो उनको अनुभव ही नहीं है कि दे themselves are aham brahmasmi है and they are stuck in that ignorance that there is a religion and they are connecting people. You connect and you reach that person. If you can't reach that person, come through me. We will try to. The irony is that the mediators who say, come, I will take you to God, have themselves not also connected with God. Even the mediators of the paths I've seen. So many path mediators who are showing the path, who have themselves not experienced it. So they have a feeling God is somewhere there. Either path makers, the one who is trying to reach people there, will never tell God is there. Go there or come through me, I'll take you to Him. There is no one to take anybody anywhere. The real path guides are someone who says, you don't go here, you don't even come to me. It is within you. Like how Ramana says. Where is the need to go anywhere? It is within you. You realize it. So the guides are real who redirects the attention back to themselves, reflects things back to themselves. They don't, distract the crowds by telling you do this, do that, go there, then you have to reach somewhere, keep doing that, keep doing this, then we will reach there. That is what the problem is even with religions. They have themselves not experienced it. Because once you have experienced, there is no difference. How can you guide others? What is your experience, you will guide accordingly. If you feel that person is still there, even I am struggling to reach that God, I am struggling. Come, you also come, we'll also struggle. How am I? How are you struggling? That way? No. Come, this is my way. You struggle this way, there is a good chance of reaching. But I have not reached it. That is why religions cannot proclaim. The religions cannot tell you God and you are one because they don't have their experience one. They feel it is separate. And they are themselves doing that. So what they can guide? What they are, they can guide that only to people. And the people who realize the real truth that God and me are one, are the people who don't need mediators, be it of paths or be it of religion. You know the secret, you have understood it. That is very risky for the mediators. What is mediatorship? Mediatorship, egoship. Because the mediator feels that I am responsible for naiya paar kara do logon ka. Let me do that. Let me help you push. That the karta bhav is there. That I am the doer. Because of me, so many are going there. Are you seeing? It's the whole session that I'm talking about. So when you do with that, it's a different flavor altogether. So the one who knows the truth and who says it is within you, you don't have to go here and there. You're coming to me for help, come, no problem. You're distracted, you don't know where to go, come to me. But I'll guide you towards your own soul, towards your own self. Your powers are within you. But if I tell you you are powerless, come to me. I'll pray, I'll do a homa for you. I'll send a prayer to you. Or I'll do a certain ritual for you so that your prayers can be reached there. Then it's completely something different. And the people who are ignorant, who have never heard or realized what is the self, what is God consciousness, what is they themselves, and what is all this play of consciousness. If they don't know, they can get easily distracted by agendas. Not very difficult, because they don't know. And they don't know whom to trust. So they will look around, what to do. I want to go, there's a pull, the soul is calling, but I don't know how to go. They'll look around. And then they'll see a mass crowd going there, herd. A belief system, another belief system running here. Do this process. Then all these processes get together and they compete. This one tries to overpower that. They say my way is the better. The other says my religion is the better. Third says my path is the better. My guru is the better. My disciplines are better. My processes are better. My scriptures, my teaching is better. My knowledge is better. My experience is better. It all begins, clashes. Nobody says, watch your experience. Your experience is the truth. What you experience is the truth, not what I experience. What I experience is my truth. What he experiences is his truth. And what is the real truth is that you find out what is your truth. You can never find your truth by connecting to my truth or that truth. You can only have more confusions. Because you trust me, you will say, okay, I trust your truth. But you trust somebody else also because you find that liable, and you say, but that truth is different. Your truth is different. So how can truths be different? Because truth is only one. Yes, truth is one, eternal. Why am I having so many different truths? Because you have got connected to different truths and not the eternal truth. When you connect to the internal truth, all these truths will vanish. It is only one Param Satya. And what is the Param Satya? Look at the scriptures. It says only the self is the eternal truth. Simple truth given out. So it is all based on so many factors. We cannot decide on that because it might be karma, it might be karmic stuff, it can be a lot many factors which keep you away from the truth. But feel blessed, dear ones. If you are even listening to this and if you are even having an inquisitiveness to study this or realize yourself, know yourself, it's a great, immense blessing. It is the blessing of God. Ramana used to say this. Even for you to have devotion or inquisitiveness towards your soul, he said that itself is the blessing and grace of the soul or the God consciousness. Without that blessing, nobody can even have that keenness to know the self. Ramana says this. And when does this happen? When your prarabdha is thinning. Only when the final goal is coming. It may be in the same life or maybe in 1 or 2 lives, whatever. But the destination is near. Not as far as it used to be. Because now there is nothing to do. Everything is got filtered out. See, you can see how light you feel when you listen to these things and when you realize what the truths are. So simple. I say spirituality is very simple. We complicate it. And there are so many complications. This, that. If you just shut down and be in silent and you see that, oh my God, so light. You start feeling so light. You feel liberated already. Yes, there might be struggles of the ego consciousness to reach that state. That's a different thing. Because now there is a realization of the soul and the mind, because the ego consciousness is there. You will say, okay, I can get that. But then again, afflicted by that ego consciousness, we will ask ignorant questions like, yes, I do understand what you're saying, but how do I get there? Right now I can see somebody nodding, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's what even I'm thinking. It's all good, I can understand, but how do I get there? How do I get there is a doer. You got to do a lot of, how do I get there? The whole purpose is gone. Don't do anything. Be in stillness. Stop the doing, move into being. Just be and keep being and keep being when there is nothing to do. When that awareness keeps on expanding, more stillness comes in, more silence comes in, more peace comes in. You'll see things changing in your environment. You can keep a check on your ego consciousness through your awareness. You can always check, what do I think whole day about? What am I worried about? What am I thinking about? That will tell you whether you are in the ego mode, doer mode, or in the being. Am I in the being? Being means free. I'm jolly. I'm cheerful. I'm light. I'm free. I'm enjoying in the moment. Every moment is blissful. I have nothing to rush, or no targets, no agendas, nothing. I'm in the now. So when you keep on living in the now and keep on moving, every now becomes, every tomorrow, every next second, every next minute has to come into the now. You might say, I have a future. Yes, you have a future, but you will have to live your future in the now. Let's say you're talking about December 1st. I have something. How much ever you do, you cannot experience December 1st until that December 1st comes today and you are in the December 1st and you are living now. Then only you are having a real tangible effect of it, experience of it. Till then it is khayali pulav. It is not real. You're not really experiencing it. So there is nothing to do. And somebody asked, oh, but I have a future. I have to think. Do you say that I don't need to do anything? How can I do that? Somebody asked me in the personal session. How can I be a non-doer? I have bills to pay, my dear. It is giving me already anxiety and panic attacks. And you are seeing being in the doer, don't do the doer and just be. You mean I just sit like this and all my bills will be paid and all that? No, I never said that. You go about living life because your life is not just about sitting. If it was just about sitting, you wouldn't have taken birth and all those circumstances wouldn't have happened. You are supposed to experience that, but experience that with non-connectedness. You don't identify yourself while you are working or doing that task or doing this. While you are doing seva, you don't identify. While you are eating your food, you don't identify. While you are talking something, you don't identify. While you are sharing knowledge, you don't identify. While you are reading knowledge, you don't identify with that person. While you are doing your job, you don't identify. While you are doing your business, you don't identify. You are there. You're doing the business, you're doing the work, everything is going on, everything. But that aham is not there. That because of me, this business is running. Because of me, this job, this company is running. Because of me, my family is being fed. Because of the me fact, that identification should go. When that identification goes, whatever you do as a mother, father, children, everything, whatever you're doing, you're there, you're being there. You're living through it, but you're not claiming anything. There is no that feeling that I am doing something. See, everything else will vanish. Even the deals will vanish. I am doing so much for you. You have not done anything for me. Or you did so much for me. You have been doing all your life so much for me. Now I need to do so much for you. Karta bhav again, ego consciousness. Somebody has done something to me. I need to repay. You do it. If you feel that you are the doer, then you sit repaying your karmas. But if you say I am not the doer, let what happens happen. If I am destined to give back to somebody, it will happen. See, without you doing also, things will happen. Even if you want to repay back, if it is meant to be in your karma, it will happen without you doing. You don't have to do anything. Then who's the one who's thinking that I have to give back? I have to repay the karmic debts. I have to pay the ऋण back. मैं ऋणी हो गया. It is all झमेला. Sometimes we feel that oh समझ, मैं एहसान कभी नहीं भूल सकता, इतना बड़ा एहसान उपकार किया, अब मैं ये ऋण कैसे चुकाऊं. Gone, ego consciousness. Now ego will make you different, the karta, no, because somebody has given back, now I need to give, I need to do, so karta has come. Now you don't know what is the karmic equation there. You might be thinking here, oh somebody has given me back, now how should I repay, now whole my life until I pay back मुझे चैन नहीं आएगा. किसको चैन नहीं आएगा? द डूअर को, द ईगो को चैन नहीं आएगा. वेरी ट्रू. अवेयरनेस को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. अवेयरनेस को क्या लेना है, वो लेन है या देन है, मुझे क्या मालूम. वॉट एवर इट इज, इट विल हैपन. अगर वो दिया है और मुझे लौटाना है, लेट इट हैपन. इट विल एनी हाउ हैपन थ्रू मी ओनली. Without me doing also, it will happen. So why do I have to sit worrying? Sometimes what happens, लेन देन का चक्कर है. पिछले जन्म में हमने किसी को दिया रहता है बहुत, और इस जन्म में they come and repay back that karma. They are repaying back. But what is our calculation? The doer thinks, oh, I have got कर्म बंधन हो गया. Now I have to repay back. अरे मूर्ख, it is that thing that is coming back to you. It is the finish, completion of that karma. Your ego, your doership is now creating new nonsense with your mind, saying that I have to repay back. And then you say, nahi, mujhe chain nahi milega. Karo. Then when you go and give that, now you are stuck in more karma now. Now wait for it, next janma. That person will come again to give you. This is what happened with smartness of the doership. Just be. Do not calculate anything. Where it is coming, where it is. None of our business. What has to unfold will unfold. What is unfolding, how it is unfolding, I am present in that. That is the essence of the whole thing. That's what I am trying to say. Shali Gautam says, focus on self as Shiva. No. I'll say focus on self also is dual. Who's the one who is focusing? It's a doer. Focus. Do. Karo. Focus karo. See the word. Focus karo. खुद पे फोकस करो. कर्ता भाव. अब तीसरा भी आ गया शिवा. मैं हूं, मेरा कॉन्शियसनेस एक कर्ता भाव है. अब ये कर्ता भाव बोल रहे कि ये सोल पर फोकस करो एज थर्ड एंटिटी शिवा. तीन लोग आ गए, द्वैत भी नहीं. What is to be done then? As third entity is not there. There is no third entity as Shiva. This is coming from our worship mode always. We love worshipping. It is coming from that ideology that Shiva is somewhere, that has to be merged with. No merging business. Keep the Shiva away. Now you said focus on the self. Who's the self? That is Shiva. Everybody knows that. So there is no third entity. Okay. The self is Shiva. Now focus says, who is the one who is saying focus? The doer. That is what we are saying. The whole school we have done the same thing. We have been taught that only. You are ego, you are this. Now you need to clear your ego. You need to focus on the self. You need to move towards the self. There is no movement. You are the self. Then what is this ego that is telling? Focus on. Usko shut up bolo. That's what I'm trying to say. The one who says focus, shut up. I am already the self, okay? You just shut up. The ego will vanish. And when the ego vanishes, you are yourself. That is the self. That is Shiva. I hope that is clear. Thank you for asking these questions. It can make things clearer. Poonam, being a doer comes so naturally. Being a doer comes naturally. It is not naturally. It is unnaturally. What is natural is the non-doership. That is the real you. Why it is natural? Because that's the natural state. That's the real state of what you are. It is unnatural to build up something on that with an identity or something and make a doership. It is unnatural. But due to our habits, due to our samskaras, due to our conditions and patterns and beliefs, automatically we fall in that and then we create the doership. So it is actually unnatural if you ask me. And that I am statement to explain for seekers. Okay. Poonam, religions always keep God far away. Absolutely. It makes you feel distant. It is like the donkey in front of whom you have tied a stick and a carrot, and the donkey is running for the carrot. It will run for miles and days, and whole life it will keep running, thinking that now it's near. I am going to eat it. You cannot eat it. This is the problem. The moment you have Dvait, you are identity. You cannot be one with it. You cannot experience that carrot. You cannot eat it. You can see it. You can know it. You can understand it. You can conceptualize it. You can do everything. You can identify with it. Everything you can do. But you can't be that. You can't experience and relish that carrot. Poonam shuts their shops. Yes, it shuts down businesses. Spiritual businesses can shut down if they tell you simple things like you are the soul. There's nothing to do. Just be there. Then nothing to do, then what will we do? Okay. So that's all there. I'm not saying this is wrong or right. It is all right. Let all religions work because they are all stepping stones. They are all needed. Even spirituality, what paths and all we are saying, they are not needed. See, without a path, like I have had multiple paths where I have walked. Even I followed my master's path. Without that path, I wouldn't have reached where I am and understood this. I cannot skip. Are you getting my point? So I'm not blaming. I'm very grateful to my master. I'm very grateful to the past. But after a certain level, the people who have transcended that level, I am only talking to those. I'm not talking to the people who are still in the school, kindergarten. That's fine. I'm not saying these are fools. No, because then even I was a fool once. That is their progress. That is how the system of Prakriti, the cosmos works. Play of consciousness is that. It keeps from the kindergarten to the graduations. It happens. So we must respect all stage. But what I am saying is, once you have crossed that stage, and then you don't want to leave that, then that is stupidity. Then I call them as fool. Because somebody who's there at the words of the end, no, I don't want to take the leap and realize, no, let me be here stuck. Then you will be stuck. Then, no, I want to see that. I want to experience that oneness, that Shiva Tattva, that God, I am Brahmasmi. Then you got to leave this. You cannot carry all this there. Concepts cannot go there. No, but it is so fear. I am scared because without this, I have no security. I have no foundation. What if I get lost in the wilderness? Okay, then stay stuck there. Still, you get the confidence, you stay stuck there. No problem. Don't be in a hurry then. Not that you're wrong. Be there, but don't complain then. I'm not getting that experience. To get experience, let go, leap. I can't do that. Stay there. Till when? Till the time you can leave that and leap. Till then, it's fine. I'm talking to those people who are in that verge or confused or trying to find that fulfillment there. I'm only that is the audience that I'm speaking to actually here. So it's all okay because we are all moving in this path and we are all placed in certain places. Like for example, I'm telling you this deep information. I cannot say that I'm not doing here. I'm doing a lot of things here also. I am also in one of the mediumship. I have also set up a shop here. I'm shopping here. But the only thing is, even if I run a shop here, whatever, because it's needed, you have got to be here, you got to have this experience, you need to have complete experience of life. And for that, you got to be in the world. That is one major challenge. Being in the world, yet not being in it. That's the major thing. So even if I'm doing something, even if I'm getting something, these are all transactions based on my temporary transactions through this earth field which is needed. I need a body. I cannot say, no, I am awareness, I don't need a body. If I have something, some purpose here to do, then I need a body. But the problem is, when I identify with that purpose, when I say, I am the one who's doing this and my importance is, then I'm got stuck in it. The doership has come. So you can be doing a lot of things. Like I said, you can be doing your business, you can be doing your work, you can be a housewife, you can be a parent, you can be a child, student, whatever occupation, you can be single, you can be married, you can be anything. I'm not defining any of those that this is wrong, everything is right. But letting go of this identification with that is very important. See, one good example that I was reading was, if you want to really know who you are, that you are pure awareness, you are not the body. It's very easy. There is one method to do this. Very nice. I found it very, very nice. And the method is one example of saying, let's say Ramesh. Imagine one boy, Ramesh, and he is going for shopping into a cloth shop. He is going for shopping in a cloth department or a cloth mall, and he is moving through the shop. Visualize. I am just saying the statement. Ramesh is shopping in the clothes department or clothes shop. Visualize that in your mind. Ramesh is shopping in a shopping mall. Let's say Ramesh is shopping in a shopping mall. How will you see that? You can see, right? Ramesh is going, he's touching this clothes, he's finding out the somebody, Ramesh, XYZ. Now, you visualize yourself and saying, I am going in and shopping in the shopping mall. Visualize yourself going and seeing the clothes and touching the clothes and finding the price. Visualize. What has come to your mind? See the difference? When I said Ramesh or XYZ is going to a shop, you see a body, a person who's going in the shop and touching this, and you can see from outside, it's like a camera view. Somebody is touching another thing. But when I said, you are going shopping, did you see your body? No, you are seeing the direct experience. You are seeing the cloth. Where is you? See, that is what I am telling. Whenever we say, I did this, I went to a shop, I had puris today, or I went and ate this today. Do you see yourself as somebody else? No, you see as the experience. You don't see yourself. You are not seeing your body. You are directly having an experience like how you do. That is one clear way to identify that you actually don't identify with your body when you say, when you feel, when you think. Anything you see. When, let us say, you are holding the hand of someone you love, or holding the hand of your child, holding the hand or hugging a child, your child, or hugging your parent. Will you see two bodies hugging themselves or somebody holding that? No. When I say holding your hand, you will feel somebody's hand is being held. You will see you are hugging someone. The you is not there. The body is not there. Body consciousness is not there. See, the soul knows. Soul knows how to identify with it. Anita ji, so spirituality is a journey from doing to being. Actually, I wouldn't term this even in spirituality, because spirituality also is like, it's still in the doing. But true spirituality, you can say, the actual purpose of spirituality is that, or something beyond spirituality. Spirituality again cocoons it to a certain place. So all these identifications, what is the time now? 3:15. Oh, it's 4 hours already. Is that so? That's great. So another 15 minutes, I think I should end it. For those who are finding it too long, but it's very interesting if you can. Even I'm leaving this video for people who are in other zones of the country and the world. So everything that you see is dual in your daily life. If you see everything, and what is the maximum thing that affects your life? What is it in the dual world? It is relationships. And who in the relation? I always tell in my personal sessions, who are you affected by? 7.5 billion people or close to 8 billion people in this world. Who the damn cares about you? Or whom are you concerned? Whom do you care about? Just those 5 people or 10 people in your life. Out of 7.5 billion people, and these handful people are the people who make your life miserable, pitiable, or even good, bad, ugly, whatever. You are influenced only by these 10 people in duality. Actually, there is so much in duality, but nothing affects you. Why? Because you're disconnected from the rest. You don't care. Even if some crime is happening somewhere or some injury is happening somewhere out there, you're not bothered. But if injury happens in somewhere on this 7, 10 people or 2 people, 3 people, 5 people, whatever you are connected with, it affects us badly. So that duality, that if you understand all this, you will become mukta. If you see, nothing really affects in this world. Nothing. Because even if you are watching the news and you see something horrid, you can switch it off. But what is happening in your life, you cannot switch it off because you are attached to that experience. The doership is very strong there. Through doership only suffering comes in, even in relationships. So to clear this, because yesterday I had a session where somebody was deeply connected with their husband. 60 years of life, 30 years, in the age of 30, the separation happened. After a couple of years of marriage, separation happened. From 30 years to 60 years alone, rearing up a single male child. And now, after 30 years of that separation, nothing to do with that person, but now the feelings of that person coming in, memories of that person coming in, the pain and trauma of that person coming. It feels like some message is coming in and wants to connect with, or something, some conclusion it wants to give. So this person was perturbed, saying that what is this all about? It's making my life disturbing. What I'm trying to point out here is, see, even if you're disconnected with somebody whom you were connected once upon a time, but you're disconnected, but if that lingers in your memory or your sukshma sharira, it can cause disturbance to you because of the identification of through the doership. Because I was a doer, somebody did something to me, I did something, that it's in that phase. So that doership can carry this for very long. So the person was trying to know what is that? Is that person trying to? I said only from my point of view what I can see through my awareness is simple, that there is a complete transformation that has happened in that other person, which at this age is trying to now rectify. So she said yes, because I can see that it's like a call for help or something like that. I feel that person is in a bad state, or I don't even know if that person is there. I said yes, it's a possibility is there. Person can be in the body and be connected to you and send all those signals of distress to you, and if you are karmically connected to that person, you will catch on to that vibes. Even if you are disconnected, but you will still catch on to that vibes, and it will disturb you. And it can be even in the physical body that person is, even if the body is left and that person is not in the body now, because you don't know, you have never seen that person 10, 30 years. But if that person is somewhere out of the body, that person still has the tendency to connect to you psychically. Why? Because you chose the connection, not because somebody else chose it. They can choose, but you are the receptor. You decide whether you want to catch on to something from before, or you don't want to. How do you disconnect with that? Your karmic terms should be clear. Karmic terms is nothing to do physically. It's the deal that is there with you and that person, with your ex-husband. The deal, whatever the trauma that caused, due to which that separation happened, or whatever resentment that you had in your mind or that person had in the mind, you are holding, and that is a link of that bridge to that emotion that is connecting. You cannot run away just by feeling, no, I am not going to think about it, or let me have food, or let me have a film, let me see a film, or let me get into another relationship, or let me produce another child, or be engaged in it so that I can forget. You cannot forget. You have to consciously dislocate from that emotion which is binding you to that person. No, what if that person wants my help? And what if that person wants to seek solace in me? Your choice. If you are the doer, you will feel that I am responsible to give support to that person. If you feel that, no, 30 years I have not been with that person. 30 years something has taken care of that person. And if 30 years that person, something took care of that person and took care of me, then that same existence can take care of it. Now it is just my ego or my doership that is feeling that I am responsible for somebody's suffering. Can you see that? Suffering in the body or out of the body, whichever. So I become emotional because I cannot see somebody suffering. That's your attachment to that person. It's nothing for that person to do. You are attached to that person, and due to that attachment, your mind is suffering and even making you feel guilty for something which you are not really guilty. And then you live in that pain and distress. See, it can be emotional distress so much because 30 years you have avoided somebody, and suddenly that person is now reappearing in your life, and the whole 30 years you feel has gone waste. I was distracting myself with so many other things, and I was thinking it's gone. It's not gone. Life of awareness will never bring you to that state. Life of awareness will push you away from the ego consciousness of you feeling responsible for everything. The biggest of root of the ego consciousness is that I feel I am responsible for everything. I feel I am responsible for my parents. I feel I am responsible for my children. I feel I am responsible for my family. I feel I am responsible for my business. I feel I am responsible for my society. I feel I am responsible for my country. I feel I am responsible for this world. When you go into that ego mode of feeling responsible, you will see that you are a people pleaser. You will please everyone. You don't want to see anybody disappointed. Oh, no. I want to be in everybody's good books. Why? Because I want to please them. Why I want to please people? Why I want to make people happy? I want to keep you happy. I want you to see you happy. Why do you want to make that person happy? Because I want to please you. Why you want to please others? Because I feel I am responsible for your happiness. The same egoic tendency will go into the opposite way. And that same ego will say, I can't see you suffering. Why? Because I feel I am responsible for your suffering. Who's that I who's feeling responsible for the karta, the doer, the ego? If you have identified as a doer for everything, then you are going to be always in pain. Because you will always feel responsible for either this one, if not this one, then that one, this one. You will be moving from here to there, always pleasing people, keeping others happy, never yourself wanting to be happy. The moment you feel about it, no, you will feel guilt. No, how can I be happy? My happiness is in serving the world, keeping others happy. No, that is the ego that's saying it. Because you have taken responsibility of making people happy. You feel you are playing a major role in this world, in this evolution, By being there, my being there, I'm pleasing so many, I'm so many people are happy because of me, and I feel that bliss. Okay, you might feel it, but the moment people go wonky there, the same bliss will convert into misery. Oh, that person is not happy, this person, then you'll say, I do everything from this part to that part, nobody ever gets happy. I did this for that, I do, nobody is ever satisfied, कितना भी करो कोई खुश नहीं होता. किसने बोला भाई आपको करने को, क्यों करता भाव लेके करने गए? Because I am responsible. मैं responsible हूँ ना. हाँ, that is the egoic tendency problem. That is the problem of that karta purush. The one who feels that I am responsible will get into all these jhamelas. Such people cannot disconnect also from the misery of others, neither from the happiness of others. They are always connected. Always strings attached everywhere. Somebody cries there, what happened? What happened? क्या हो गया तुमको? ऐसे क्यों किया, वैसे क्यों किया, ये करना था, वो करना था. And somebody gets happier. Oh, wow, that's so nice. I just had a bad news here. Somebody is happy. I'm so happy for you. Happy, happy, be happy. But be happy and don't become sad. Because already crooks are here who are making me sad. And then this person goes sad. Don't. Who asked you? What happened to you? Oh no, these things happened. Who asked you to do that? I told you not to do that. How many times I have to tell you? You don't listen to me, You better don't do all those things. Now start doing this, Come on, do that, do this, do this. Are you happy now? Are you happy now? Are you happy? Yeah, I'm happy. Can you see how others' happiness can make you happy? If others' happiness can make you happy, you are in Dvait. Please understand the opposite also is true. Other sadness will make you sad. Today only I put a post about relationships, about healing relationships. If you are stuck to your past, you are always there in the jittery mode. Everything, you feel responsible. The guilt comes from feeling responsible. Inability to move ahead comes from the feeling of responsible. Who is taking that responsibility, and who gave you the responsibility? Nobody gave. I took it like a medal, put it on my head. I am responsible for that person. Oh, now I want to move from one horrible relationship. I want to move into other. I cannot move on. Why? I feel responsible for that event. I feel responsible somewhere, People might deny it. This is all deep awareness work. Until you get into this, nobody. You have to go very deep and work on this. Superficial कुछ नहीं होता है. All temporary होता है. So many people are not able to move on to the next. Or if they move on also, they'll screw up that relation. Because the past is haunting them. They carry the past. No, there is nothing. Nothing is there consciously. You have shooed it off. You are distracted yourself. You have moved away. Okay, I don't want to think about that. Let's not talk about all that. Let's not talk means it is there. It is like a ghost. You don't want to open that box in which the ghost is there. Ghost will attack. You should come to a state where nothing affects. That state is gone. It's gone. I have had one personal talk in one of the ashrams while I was traveling once, and one girl had this kind of a problem. She had a beautiful future and she was getting married or something like that, but she told me, I want to tell you some secret. Tell me, what is that? I had this affair, and I was going with someone, and now I have a beautiful life ahead. I can see everything. Everything is beautiful, everything. But something is bothering me. I said, what? The guilt is bothering me. Guilt of what? Oh, he cut his hand. Who? That ex guy. Where is he? I don't know. How do you know? Somebody told me. So why are you perturbed? He cut his hand. What is your fear? I am fearing if I go now ahead and move with life. What if he commits suicide? Messed up. Messed up with that feeling of I am responsible for people's life. You cannot move on. This responsibility keeps us stuck in everything. Even spirituality, we cannot move on if we feel responsible for everything around. Somebody told me the other day, in my near and dear ones, oh, you are doing that job. I don't think that's a what you're doing, counseling and all those things. What big heck? I said, why? What happened? Arey, you are sitting there and you are trying to transform people and you are helping people and people say they are it's helping them and you are unable to help your near and dear ones. What is the use of having that gyan and all the bada gyan? Your gyan cannot help anybody. Your near ones who are there with you and all. You cannot do anything to them and you are doing to the world. What kind of deal is that? And you don't even seem bothered. You're so bothered about somebody and your appointments, all that, you're telling, I'm telling you, there's a problem here of your near dear one, and you're leaving that and you're discussing, no, I have an appointment at 11 o'clock today and I'm going to sit for that. So that is important because somebody is paying you, and this one near and dear one, you're not responsible. I said, no, I'm not responsible. He said that word, are you not responsible? I said, I'm not responsible. How much ever you want to trap me into that guilt of making me feel responsible for somebody's life, I'm not responsible. Even if it is my blood relation or near and dear one or far, and I am attending to those who want help. Attending to those who want help means they want to change. They are ready to change. I cannot help somebody who is refusing to change, even if that person is very close next to me, who doesn't want to go deeper into that and see that. And if I am suffering, oh, I am serving the world, but I am not able to serve my own people, I am not responsible. I won't feel unhappy or sad for that. You cannot put guilt into my head. How am I responsible for that person? If somebody doesn't want to improvise, somebody doesn't want to take charge of their own life and look into deeper aspects and cure or heal themselves, and if somebody is doing that, then I go and help, but still I don't do it with responsibility. I said, even when I'm attending to personal consultations, I don't take responsibility for anybody. I am there 100% with them, trying to help them and giving them the best solutions. But whether they do it or not, I don't go and follow up. I don't go and say, okay, I told you to do this, what did you do? Or they come up for a follow up consultation. I say, last time I told you this, what did you do on that? No, none of my business. What they choose to do is there, because the responsibility is there. That is why in my personal consultation there's a tick that I take 100% responsibility for my life. That you have to tick, otherwise the form doesn't go for. Only then only people sign up, otherwise don't. Because if you don't take responsibility, nobody, not even God, can help you. So that responsibility we cannot take. It is their own responsibilities what they have to take. Yesterday I had a different discussion with another this person only. I was saying, want to disconnect with the you have taken responsibility for somebody. Oh, is my ex husband or somebody suffering because of me or the outcomes of that? No, I am not responsible. We are all responsible for our own lives. I am responsible for the decisions I take. He is responsible for the decision he took. So if he is happy, good for him. If he is sad, then he has to look into it. How can I be responsible for that? Are you seeing the catch of all these things? How we get caught up? Swami Anubhavananda used to always tell one thing which I took deeply into my head. He said, don't get entangled into the world. You are a seeker of the self. Remember this on the topmost. Unnecessary dramas don't get involved into. Somebody's stories don't get involved into. Near and dear ones, okay, whom you are close with, okay, fine. But unka stories, unka connections, unka past, unka future, don't get identified with all that. You will get lost in the ocean of illusions. Don't do that, he said. If you are a seeker of mukti, you are supposed to cut off from all these tentacles that are holding you, that you feel responsible and all this, and slowly come into that self, be centered. So you are actually giving away, you are actually disconnecting more and more with people, places, situation, experiences, this drama, that drama, the whole world is in drama. Slowly you disconnect, and then you have space for that stillness, you have space to realize it. That is how you go Urdhagati. You go getting connected with everything and started feeling responsible. You go Adhogati. It will pull you. You see how powerful the pulls are. It will just keep pulling you. This problem, that problem, this. I have seen people who are like warriors who fight. एक problem खत्म हुआ दूसरा, दूसरे के पीछे चौथा, चौथे के बाद 10वां, and they are always fighting. And they, I say, what is all this? What are you surrounded with? You are like, standing in between and fighting the whole crowd, the whole enemy. Oh, you don't know. I am battling life. I'm struggling. I'm a warrior. I will not lose hope. I will fight on. Fight, then fight. Because that doership will bring you more troubles. In that undoing, there is so much of doing that you attract more such circumstances to your being. You are never able to disconnect and go, because there is so much of identification with everything, every minute things you are involved in. It's like your hands, fingers, toes, everything is gone into something. Apart from the self, it is gone into everything. And when I say, do you spend time with yourself? There is no time. You don't know. I'm so busy in this samsara. How can that be possible? Then the path is very far. We are moving away from the path then. If we are on the same path of alignment, then you are supposed to get aligned. So this doership is the cause of everything. The doing, so much of doing. I have to do this, handle this, handle that. Alright, let go of that. Most of the problems, I'm telling you, close to 75 to 80% of the problems are self-created. We have taken on responsibility of things which has no meaning in our life. Just being the being, you'll see most of the cords are getting snapped, and then you have enough work and energy and consciousness to create that new environment of what you want to create. So with the old baggages, you cannot move. Oh no, I have done everything. Don't worry, I'm doing all the sadhana. I'm doing. You are gone in another doer only. You are already in doership. Now to clear that doership, you are gone into more of doership, more of doing. Where is the being? Where are you sitting still? Show me. In the session also, you are not sitting still. There's so much of recklessness. I said, keep the mobile somewhere. No. I'm this, then the pen is there, and scratching, then so much of doing there. I said, settle down. Be in this moment. Be with me. Just be with me. Be with me. Sometimes you have to shake people. Where are you? Where are you? Oh, I am there. Come here. Be with me. Sit with me. Live with me. Stay with me. Be in this moment with me. And then once they settle on this, they start feeling the peace. And then they say, it was a beautiful time. I never had this, because you have never sat still. The beingness, somebody has to make you sit, do that. But yeah, we can expand this experience with meditation. Do you feel that expansion is somebody who is doing? Can we expand? That means you are the expander. What I'm trying to say is, don't expand, don't merge, don't connect. These are all doers. You need connection. See, when I do those meditations where you are connecting to the Guru consciousness and all that, is there any doing? There is only an intention that you make and you are there. There is no doing there. As far as possible, try to not get into concepts. Just be. If you want, we can do a quick session on that. It's already running too much. I don't know, I talked also too much today. Okay, good. You are here. Means after yesterday's consultation, you are here. I'm glad you are here. So you've heard this. I was trying to relate to yours only when I was talking about ex relationships and all that. Okay, I was talking to that only. Yes, you are 100% responsible for what is happening to you. 100%. The moment you take responsibility of your life situations, your attention will come into the being. But if the blame is outside, then attention cannot come into the being. Okay, one of you is here. So anyhow, I have given your appointment for your son. I don't know if you saw the mail. 5 o'clock I would like to meet him for your son. For today's consultation, 5 to 6 I can be there. So you can please send him a message, I'll be there. So just about talking about this disconnection, what the feeling, yesterday I explained it very clearly in the sessions that if you just remove the doership and that responsibility of I am not responsible, because I said if you are not finishing that, then that being, whether in the physical body or not in the physical body, will try to establish contact with you, and the moment you try to react in whatever way or whatever, complete or discomplete, then you are entangling with more stuff. So that can keep you looping. So you can never get disconnected from that. Rather than that, try to finish off that karma with the spouse, whatever you had. And there is no karma that way. It is all happening in your mental field. Physically, nobody is connected. It is only a feeling that is happening, and probably it's a feeling that's coming from the energy of somebody else. But that energy can affect you only if you take responsibility for that person. If you're not responsible, it will disconnect. So yesterday what I told you was live in awareness, raise your awareness, stay in awareness and concentrate on your life and focus now more on yourself. Because when you move towards yourself, all the unwanted things will move off. If you give importance to yourself, all the unwanted, these are all these past your karmic connections which are trying to get off you or get with you or even with you, off with you, odd with you, whatever. So instead of directly going there, abide with the self, abide with awareness. The more you are with the self, the automatically the disconnections will keep snapping. Because when you are in the self, you are in the being, you are not in the doer. Automatically, you will not take responsibility for all those things, will happen very automatically. So the solution, what I'm telling for all this doership to get out of this is just abide in the self. Shift into awareness, live in awareness, be in awareness, don't be in body consciousness, be more out of the body, in the space, in the subtle areas, in the higher tattvas. You can feel, you can experience that tattva with God, or you can feel the Guru's consciousness. You can experience the Guru's consciousness as oneness. And then when you connect, there is no talk. Give me this, give me that, no prayers. You're just in that oneness, that's all. And then things will start dissolving on its own. Things will start solving, dissolving on its own. But when you shift back into your ego consciousness, all these things comes back again. So the moment you realize, oh my God, this is overwhelming and this is affecting me this way, that way, know that, oh, you're gone into your past, future, I'm not in the present. Come to the present. How do you come to the present? Don't force yourself. No, let me live in. Just shift into awareness, you will automatically come to the present. No other option. You will shift into the being. I think we can do a very short practice where I can just tell you how to shift into that being. Very simple techniques. You don't have much to do. Just be in awareness. I'll tell you how you can move from there. I can see that I have made connecting and shifting into awareness too as my responsibility, and that doership becomes my struggle and ego plays. Yeah. It's all about just watching. Become aware of it. Don't even judge yourself. When you're saying, oh, I am becoming, oh, my ego is coming. Don't say, oh, my ego. Don't get caught up in that judgment also. You become aware. You become aware that, oh, my ego is at play. Okay, that's it. Move into awareness. That's it. Shift into awareness that you don't have to deal with that ego or the egoic problems, doership, nothing. So be very gentle with yourself. Don't judge yourself. Don't criticize yourself. Don't say, I am this, I am that. Because suddenly when you are in that frame of mind, where a lot of conditioning, you fall into that. I was doing one consultation with somebody where uh, she was always disappointed. I did this, I did that, I went to this, nothing has happened. What? People are telling, do this, do that. Okay, I can see some people shake, some people have kundalini, all that. Okay, fine. I also shake. But where is this going to end? I said, good question. Finally, it's an awakening. Where is this going to end, and where am I? So when I said, you relax, no, my conditions are, you don't know my conditions. Anything I try to do, it goes that way. Any new thing, project I take, it goes that way. Nothing goes right. I said, it's your condition, it is your pattern. Beware of that pattern. Oh, you don't know. I have all disappointments in my life. I attract crooks in my life. All kind of crooks always there, troubling me. This way, that way. I said, be aware of your energy pattern. You are attracting those kind of. What patterns? They are not patterns. You don't understand. My life has been that. Yes, I said, that is where you have created that pattern. Even if it is not, now that belief will bring that circumstance to you. And then funny thing happened. I said, let us get into awareness. We did one practice, and I was like, okay, let's go deeper. Let's go deeper. And she first she was not able to, and then slowly she sunk off, and she was in deep sense of stillness, and she was experiencing. And then funny thing happened. Then funny thing happened was, and I'm talking, I am also deep, my hands are like this or something twisted, and I'm talking, and then I just have a glimpse, beach which may I have a look. I looked, nobody is there on the screen. I said, hey, where are you? It got disconnected, and I was talking. What happened was, that person's cell phone got conked off, battery went off, and the moment she didn't hear my voice, she ran about here and there. She made an arrangement for laptop, and she reconnected, and by the time I am sitting here, what happened? Oh my god, we had gone so deep, and suddenly she came up. I said, what happened? Oh, I'm so sorry, my cell phone got conked off and all that. And I said, okay, come back into this. Arey, I'll tell you, my life is only like this. No, nothing good happens. You saw now when I was deep in. I said, shut down that. No talks. Just shift back here. Then immediately she was talking blah. I immediately started moving again, and then slowly talking. She went back. And after few minutes, she was again in that. After the session, I reminded her. I said, so that pattern creates this kind of substance. And see, so fast you got carried away with that. The responsibility, the blame is on the mobile phone. Why are you not blaming yourself? When you are sitting for a 1 hour session, you should see that your battery is charged. And you see, my life condition is like this. When I sit to do something nice and I'm experiencing that, this circumstance. I made person aware. It's not like that. It is your patterns that are creating those situations. You have to become aware of it. Repeated, एक के बाद एक मुसीबत खत्म नहीं दूसरा. It is all coming from the energy patterns which is there. What is the solution? Move into awareness, remain more in awareness, live in awareness, talk in awareness, eat in awareness, walk in awareness, talk in awareness. So slowly things will start changing. Just become aware of your whole body. The best part is, you will see that all this while, 4 hours plus you are sitting, you are not aware of many things. The moment you become aware of it, you will see the power of illumination. Like what I said, awareness itself is not conscious. But when an object comes into it, that awareness becomes conscious of that object. That is what we call as consciousness. So now you are that awareness. You had never become aware of your body. Your body is right now here. But you are lost in listening to this or whatever. Do you know, are you aware that you have a little finger? Are you aware that you have 2 toes? Can you feel them? Are they existing? Both your toes. You have two thumbs on both your hands. Are you aware of it? Can you become conscious of the thumb? You have two ears that is stuck to your head. Can you experience or become aware of the ears? You have a nose that is on your face. Were you aware? Are you aware right of it right now? The nose and the nostril inside, there is air that is moving in and out. Can you experience the air that is touching inside the nostril? What is the temperature of the air? What is the speed of the air? What is the experience when the air is touching your inside nostrils? Are you aware of your nostrils, inside part of your nose? What does your whole nose feel like, outside and inside? Become aware of the whole nose, outside and inside. This nose was there all these 4+ hours with you, but you were never aware of it. Your awareness became aware of this nose only when you became conscious of it. The moment you say, I become aware of my nose, suddenly the nose becomes alive. You can sense certain sensation, heaviness, some feeling in and around the nose, inside, outside. If you ask me scientifically, the atoms and cells in this portion of your nose, the movement of these atoms have changed. The moment you become aware of this part of your nose, the activity of the atoms change. That is why you are feeling the sensation. All the nerves connected to your nose becomes active, and it sends signals to your brain telling you of the presence of this nose through this experience. So in short, you are experiencing your nose because you became aware of it. You might keep your eyes closed or open. If you keep it open, still more better, because we are practicing being aware. Become aware of both your eyes, the eyeballs. Feel the roundness of the eyes. Feel the black portion or the retina of your eyes in the front through which you see. Feel the back roundness of the eyeballs. Feel the roundness top, down, left, right, front. The whole round 2 eyeballs. Become aware of the roundness, the whole 2 eyeballs. Right now, what is happening is the consciousness has become alert of your eyes. You, as awareness, were present here, but only when you became aware of your eyes, the eyes became conscious. Till then, the eyes were present here, but you were not aware of it. Any part of your body that you become aware, you make it come to life. If you sharpen your sense of awareness, and sharpen your sense of feeling and experiencing any part of your body to a certain degree. Healing will take place there. That is the power of awareness. Because when you become aware of a certain part of your body, you activate the consciousness and the prana in that place. Become aware of both your feet, whole feet. Suddenly you will feel sensations and the aliveness of both your feet. Become aware of your pelvic area and your buttocks area where you are in point of contact with your chair or wherever you're sitting. Become aware of those point of contacts where you're touching the objects while you sit. Become aware of the whole torso, that is the whole upper body above your waist till your neck area. Simultaneously become aware of all the contents of the stomach, of the tummy, the chest, the lungs, heart. Become aware of both the hands. It is like awareness is spreading towards these places and suddenly you become conscious. Become aware of your neck. Become aware of your face, whole face, where you can simultaneously become conscious of the eyes, nose, mouth, lips, cheeks, teeth, all your teeth at one time. When you become aware of all your teeth, it is like all your teeth become alive and you can feel it. Become aware of your gums, your tongue. Become aware of the top of the head and back of the head and the scalp area. Become aware of every pore on the top of your head from where hair is shooting out. It is possible to become aware of these countless hairs. Become aware of your whole body now from top to the toe, completely. From the top of the head to the toes. The whole body. You can feel it pulsating with consciousness. Whole body you are aware, you are conscious of the whole body. Now where is this body sitting? It is sitting in the vast space. There is a space around you in this room. Become aware of that space that is not empty. It is full of atoms. It is alive. The moment you become aware of space, very importantly, I am trying to tell you, the same experience happens what you experienced in your body. It became alive. It became pulsating. When you put your awareness on this space, the whole space becomes alive. All the atoms becomes alive. That means the space has become conscious. Expand outside this room towards your house and everything outside your neighborhood and expand into this space of consciousness. The whole Akash. Become aware of the whole space outside of your home, which is surrounding the whole planet. It's connected to the infinite cosmos. Just become aware of the whole Akash Tattva. In this Akash Tattva only all the galaxies, universes, planets, stars, everything is moving. The whole creation is moving in this. Now, where are you in this whole space? Your awareness is in the space as though you are feeling the planets. You are touching the planets through this consciousness. You are touching all the stars, you are touching all the galaxies and universes. Through the consciousness, this consciousness is alert. Just like how your body part became alive and conscious, this whole Akash Tattva can become conscious. Feel your whole being in this consciousness, as though it is feeling and experiencing the whole cosmos and the planets, everything in it, including the sun. This is precisely how Shiva experiences Shrishti, just witnessing and experiencing. No interaction with anything, just an experience. The Supreme Consciousness, the Sat, experiences in this manner everything in its world. That same Sat, that same space is experiencing even you being a part of this universe. Can you experience yourself through this space? You are sitting in some remote corner of this planet. Become consciously aware of the space inside which you are sitting. Just like you could feel the planet Earth as an object in your awareness, in your space of awareness, you became conscious of the Earth. Now, in that space of awareness, you are becoming conscious of you who is sitting with that body in that little corner of the world. You are a part of the whole creation. You are a part in this play of consciousness. It is your body that is sitting there. You are in this expanded awareness and you are experiencing yourself. Through the space, become aware of you. Try to feel and experience the you through the space. At this point, I would like to remind you that for all this while you are doing this practice for 10-15 minutes, you will observe that your mind is suspended. No thoughts. What happened to the mind? You need not have to become a doer to fight against the mind or the contents of the mind like thoughts. You did not have to fight again egoship. You did not have to fight again the doership. It all just melted away in this vast space of stillness and consciousness. That is what I want to convey to you. When you reach that stillness, this is yourself you are abiding with. In this state of consciousness, there is nothing to do, nothing to fight, nothing to let go. Because you have moved into a zone of stillness, the light of this consciousness will illuminate all other areas. This state of being and this place of this being, this stillness is the being. Everything else dissolves. This experience, direct experience of this consciousness, is beyond karma, chakras, bodies, and all other concepts. In this state, you directly move into the Anandamaya Kosha or into the self, whatever you call it. When you move into the self, you illuminate the other areas without having to pay attention to any of those areas. Thus, there is no doership, there is no doing, there is no efforts in those areas. You effortlessly just shift into this space of consciousness. Within a few minutes, you let go of the feeling. First, you feel your body, that is the ego consciousness. You become aware of you as a body, and then you shift into the higher bodies or the subtle experiences. When you move into the subtle, automatically you lose grip on the gross, that is your body. And the more you live in the subtle, the lesser you are in the gross. The lesser you will be identified with the things of the gross, the lesser you will be in the ego mode, which is the cause of all problems. The lesser you will live in your mind, which is the platform of all your sufferings and miseries. All the dramas take place in the mind. Man hi karta, man hi bhokta. Mind creates, mind experiences suffering or happiness. When you shift into awareness of the self, you are moving away from all these dramas. There is nothing to sit and battle in your mind. There is nothing to conquer your mind. There is nothing left to conquer the ego. They are all left back alone to do what they want to do. You shift into awareness, you, the real awareness. Become conscious of yourself. The more you keep expanding this kind of experiences of shifting into awareness, the more profound your experiences will become, and you will notice you will enter into stillness. This can be practiced in aloneness, or it can be practiced even in a crowd. It can be practiced with eyes open or eyes closed, because it is for the doer who needs to fight the panchendriyas by closing, shutting them down, by distracting with music or mantras. It is the doer that needs all that. When you shift from doership to pure awareness, you even let go of the activity and the influence of your panchendriyas. You will notice that even what you see will not affect your awareness with your eyes open. You might hear music, you might hear people talking, you might be a crowd, there might be a lot of activities around you, but with your eyes open, if you are in the state of awareness, you will still feel silent. Even in a crowd, you will feel alone. You will feel disconnected from samsara, from the world. In this state, If your eyes are closed, I would suggest you to become active by becoming aware of both your hands and the fingers. Just become aware of the fingers. Just move your fingers slightly if your eyes are closed, and slowly open your eyes. And when you open, don't move around. Open the eyes and look around in the space and continue to remain in this awareness. You might look around here and there with your eyes moving, your eyeballs moving. You look around whatever, but you will see you are not affected by it because you are in certain kind of stillness. Look around in the room, look around at any object, and through this space, feel that object. It might be even your mobile, your cell phone. Feel how the object is by looking at it, the texture, what feeling comes to you. You are experiencing the consciousness of that object through the consciousness of this space that looks empty but is not. Become aware of the objects kept in your room, the walls, the electronic gadgets, the electric gadgets, the curtains, the floor, the wallpaper, the tiles, the ceiling, the fan, AC, television, whatever, furniture. Experience it through the space of your awareness. You are actually tapping into the consciousness of those objects. This is what I precisely mean, that when you are operating in this state with your eyes open, but even if you want, your body can't move. Remember, I never gave you instruction not to move. I never told you to sit straight, but something made you automatically do it. For many who close their eyes, I never said close your eyes. Something closed your eyes. The awareness is pure stillness. That stillness will happen. There is no doing. This is the state of being. You're not thinking, you're not analyzing, you're not judging. You have no opinions, no conclusions. You are just a witnesser of this state. You just experience this state. You experience the stillness. You experience the consciousness. What happens is, as I told you, when you become aware of your body becomes active, those parts. Same way, when you become aware of the objects, those objects become very conscious. You can actually connect to the consciousness of that. You look at plants, you connect to the consciousness, you are actually connecting to a living being consciousness. If you do that on plants and trees, you will slowly even start reading their consciousness. You may even get messages from nature because they are all alive. Even the space is alive. And to tell you, if you have a master, the master never lives in the body but is always living in the higher consciousness. Master is always connected with the Chidakasha. Chidakasha is the Akash Tattva through which you are already feeling all these things. So the moment you are in this Akash Tattva, which is nothing but pure Shiva consciousness, in which is merged also the Guru consciousness, the whole Guru Mandala, the consciousness resides in this space. No one can escape anything outside this infinite space. So, when you tap into the consciousness of this Akash or space, you are actually tapping into the consciousness of your master, the Guru Mandala, and God consciousness. If you become conscious of it, you will realize that you are one with that. This is true way of merging with Supreme Consciousness and Guru Consciousness, where your soul is merged with the Guru, and the Guru's consciousness is already merged with the Shiva consciousness, God consciousness. This is why Bhagavan Ramana says, you the self, which is what you are experiencing right now as awareness, you the self, the Guru, and God are not separate. All the same consciousness, all a matter of your shifting from the mind ego consciousness into this soul consciousness. So now in this state, with your eyes open, you're looking at objects, but you are still. Your mind is frozen, you can see all the thoughts just still down. When the mind still down is what Bhagavan Nityananda says, Nischal Man. Chanchal Man is of a doer. The moment you shift from doer to being, it becomes Nischal. The moment mind settles down, only the experience of the self remains. Now in this space, imagine somebody walking into the room, any of your loved ones or anybody whom you know, and that person is engaged in doing whatever in the room, but you are not engaged in their activity. You are just observing that person coming in, moving around. You are not even judging or having opinions. What is the person doing? What? Nothing. You're just experiencing a being, a soul that is walking in the space of consciousness that you are experiencing through your awareness. Just a witness of that soul or that being or that human being. Imagine that person is talking to you, saying something. You are hearing the person, your mind becomes active. You have to respond. Respond. When you respond, you will see your voice has become settled, calm, and a different tone. There is grace in what you talk. You do not deal with more than what is important of that talk. What is only important, you respond and then you shift back again to the space of consciousness. If there is further questions, you again move back into that and respond and again shift back into consciousness. You will see that you have graceful movements while doing that. And if the person leaves, you are no more judging or evaluating what that person said or did. You are back into your stillness. Try doing this kind of a practice when you are at home or anywhere outside. You will see a different flavor happening in your communication. This state is what perfectly Lord Krishna said, Yogast Kuru Karmani. हमेशा योग की स्थिति में रहो. My Gurudev is to teach this. हमेशा योग की स्थिति में रहो. Being connected. Being connected, he said, not doing connection. Being connected. Very effortlessly you are shifting and connecting. You don't do a connection. While you are at work, while you are doing any of your job, if you keep doing this, you will see that your job is getting effortlessly and very beautifully completed. The quality of that work will improvise. If you are doing service in this manner, where you are just observing you being the instrument operating in the hands of that God consciousness, you will see a different flavor happening in that service, where you had no ownership, no doership, no responsibility of that task. When you serve your own people, when you do any kind of task in the world, you are like a witness. With this kind of practice, if you extend it again and again, drastically the ego and the doership will come down. Drastically, you will see that you are cocooned more in your inner space and you are moving faster towards yourself. You disconnect with people, places, things, environments, circumstances, situations which do not serve your purpose. Your life will be of purpose, purposeful awareness. You will breathe and live a life in awareness of only what you want to be in your space. What you do not agree with, there is no comment, no judgment, no opinion. You are simply not in that consciousness. You are shifted simply into your self consciousness. In this state of consciousness, you can do healing work. Once you raise yourself to this kind of awareness, you can heal a lot of your physical, psychological aspects, because there you are not judging anything, you are only putting the light of awareness. You saw when you became alert of your eyes, how active it became, the nose, how active it became. Blood starts flowing there, prana moves there, healing takes place. Similarly, all those issues or those connections which you feel somebody's energy is meeting up with you, unwanted energies meeting up with you, unwanted communications, unresolved issues coming into your aura. You just look at them without opinions. You become aware of that energy or that thought or that form which is coming into your space. That is all that you need to do. And watch it neutrally without judging it. Become more aware of that, just as you became aware of your nose and you saw the light of awareness flooding in that place. Similarly, anything that comes into your space and you becoming aware of it through your higher consciousness, not through your mind. Only do this kind of work when you are in high state of awareness. You observe that frequencies which is not matching yours, and if you wish to use additional support to dissolve it, you can. You can do it without also, just through your awareness. But if you still want to use your mind as a tool, you may use it only for shining that issue, that energy, that form, more light on it, and seeing it dissolving into this vast ocean of consciousness. All the good, bad, and the ugly erupt from this consciousness. All the so called good karmas, bad karmas come from this consciousness. All good experiences of life, bad and bitter experience of life come from this consciousness. Become fully aware of that being or that experience or that subtle form of that emotion or form, and put more light on it. Illuminate that form, that being so much bright, so that it dissolve back into the consciousness and disappear. It is just like you in space and a comet moves. Suddenly you become aware of the comet that is moving at rapid speed through this vast sea of consciousness. And you will see the comet is decreasing in size because the comet is burning, or the meteorite is burning itself off. Eventually, it burns itself completely off. Nothing remains. Everything vanishes into darkness, and everything is back into the space of consciousness. It has been absorbed into the consciousness. You can feel the person's energy or entity energy or whatever you can identify with, and see that object moving in your vast field of the stillness and consciousness. This can happen more with closed eyes because it is deeper work. You will be able to give it more quality. Eyes open is only when you live in the world and you are supposed to be active in worldly duties and responsibilities. But when you are not in worldly activities and you are doing deeper work, the eyes may close and you may have deeper experiences. So see that form or that whatever disturbing or happy or whatever pending coming into the space of your consciousness. Illuminate that so much that it should burn down like the comet. Burn it down completely through your intention. You are not doing anything, you are using your intention. Burn it down completely and see it disappear completely into the vast space of consciousness where it does not have any identity anymore. Astitva mit gaya. When you do this repeatedly, you will see that in a period of time, depending on the quality and quantity that you do this, those forms or those experiences dissolve from your life. Become aware of your body, whole body from top head to the toe, inside of the body, outside of the body, you as a being who's present here in this now. We were all in the now. Nobody in this past few minutes of this practice was in the future or past. We were all present in the present, in the now, in the being. That is where the power lies. Just move gently your hands or fingers and toes and become aware of your surroundings. If you are closed your eyes, if you are open, still move your fingers. And there is no other formality to do. Even I would not say gratefulness, there is nothing to even think, because when you are in perfect state of stillness, you are already grateful. It's a grateful kind of feeling of existing. You might feel grateful, you might offer gratitude, you might do all that, but still it's all doing. You might do all that. The lesser you cut out all these formalities, very simple. Are you getting it? So sitting you can move, and this I might have done in 30 minutes, but you can do it in few minutes. Like just become aware, you're sitting like this and you decide to shift into consciousness. You just become aware of your hand, right hand, left hand, both legs, the whole body, the head, neck. Suddenly you will see you have become conscious of your whole body, and then shift, move into the space, become aware of the space, and then suddenly stillness will come. Expand it further into the universe, feel the whole universe, feel the Guru consciousness there. If you want, feel where your Guru is sitting in the physical body, in that place, and feel the aura of the Guru. You will immediately connect to the consciousness of the Guru, because he is not in the body, he is in the. If you don't have a Guru, then directly connect to that Nirguna Shiva, that consciousness which is pure and formless. Just by the space, you can connect to the space, and it can happen. That is the secrets of Chidakasha Gita. Chidambaram. So all that. Ambaram, sky, sky element. You do that and you expand. See, this is higher awareness, what I'm telling you. First time I'm trying to do this. All the other time I do it on gross, the body and just around and house and all that. No, if you go into deeper spaces, you are leaving all these things also, and you remain in that, live in that. Even bring that awareness in your space, because this space is not different from that 60,000 miles apart. Also, same space only this is, and you can connect like this in second, any distance. That is how you connect to your guru anywhere he is. You connect and just connect, and don't get into sending message, asking the guru something, telling nothing. Just keep the intent of gratefulness, feeling of gratefulness. Very nice you feel, I am grateful to be existing here. That's all the other work will be done. And then you keep on doing your work, because in the doing there will be this being. Even when you are in the doership, there you are using this being. So there you'll start balancing slowly, slowly, slowly. You'll see a lot of things changing eventually. Your relationship changing, the way you interact in the world changing, your circumstances changing, your new things happening to you, new opportunities coming, old things fading out, old people moving out, new people coming in. There might be tensions, there might be all this is a play, but work through it. Even if there are new problems coming, anything, don't get disheartened. Watch that as the play of consciousness only. It's in your prarabdha, it will come and go, but don't get engaged with it. So it's a part of everything. You, with this practice, it becomes easier, little more, to get deeper and deeper, stronger and stronger with yourself. Oh, you're also here. Yeah, I remember one person again. She has written a beautiful review where she was completely jittered and all this, while she was completely disconnected with herself and not understanding, so much panic attacks, anxiety, all those things happening, and unable to do the projects of her office because there is so much of problems. You cannot, and freezing, and that was creating more panic attacks, because now you need a livelihood, you need to earn, you need to be in the office, and then you are seeing you are disconnected with that, you are unable to perform, and then you have so many things, and it's all the mind mode. So we did that awareness stuff, and she moved into that awareness, and she was in that awareness. She saw a sudden drop in that. Then I asked her to remain that and do it in the office, and she was shocked. And the next day she wrote to me, I went to the office and everything just got completed, which I was stuck in for such a while. It just got completed automatically. Who did that? The awareness does it. It takes care. That's what I'm telling you. If I don't take doership and responsibility, that existence will take care, because that is how the prarabdha moves. It takes care of itself. So we must allow that thing to happen. Thank you. We have now a better understanding of being versus doing. Bless you. Thank you. Bindurani. One suggestion, let's have a session next time. Yeah, I'm sorry for taking this time, but I wanted to complete this. 2 weeks I was trying to do this. I was trying to finish the whole subject in depth, and I wanted this an experience to be in the end also. So this took a little time. I won't be doing such long lives again in the future, because the subjects will be less. But this is very important. I'll keep access to all of you who are here. Whoever received this email, I will give access to all of you anytime you might want to look into this. And if you feel there is somebody who can closely understand, don't just spread this link anywhere. Only those who can relate with this kind of topics, whom you feel can help, who are stuck in the doing and ego shape and all those problems and all that, you can share this link with them. This one link particularly, it will help them immensely. But they will not be entitled to the other lives, because I will not have access. If they want to subscribe for the future ones, they will have to send a mail to shiftingintoawareness@gmail.com. Then that will happen. So with this, I think everything is cleared, and I won't take much of your time. May we all evolve, that is the prayer, in gratitude to the whole, the higher consciousness, and in much gratitude to all the divine beings that were present here today to help us evolve. Much gratitude to the Master and the Guru Mandala, everyone. May we all evolve. Much divine love and light to all of you. From the bottom of my heart, stay blessed. See you next time.